upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya. Nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Wonderful afternoon to one and all, especially to our dear grade 8 learners. You are tuned in to DZTC 828 Aral TarlakHenyo with live simulcast on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Welcome to another day of fun and learning. I am Sir Victor John C. Anunciacion from San Roque National High School in Bamban, Tarlac, your teacher broadcaster in grade 8 English for this afternoon. To our dear listeners out there, I hope you're all having a lovely day, because for the next 25 minutes, we will all be learning and unlocking new knowledge and information that will surely be beneficial to you. Are you ready for today's lesson? I'm sure you are. Before we start, I would like to ask you to please be on your most comfortable seat. Also, have your learning activity sheets, self-learning modules, pen and paper close to you for you to better understand our lesson for today. Also, I would like to request your active participation as I guide and walk you through our goals for this session. Okay? That's great. For today, I will be discussing the second quarter MELC 1, and you are expected to explain visual verbal relationship illustrated in tables and graphs found in expository text. But before we continue with our lesson for this day, let us try to recall your learnings on the previous discussion. I want you to complete the following sentences by supplying the missing word. Use the given emoticon in each item as clue. Write the answers on a separate sheet of paper. Also, you may comment your answer on our FB Live. Are you ready? The first one. In this time of pandemic, I strongly blank that we should be more careful and watchful of what we are doing. Is it letter A, deny, letter B, believe, letter C, doubt, letter D, disagree? The answer is letter B, believe. In this time of pandemic, I strongly believe that we should be more careful and watchful of what we are doing. Did you get it correctly? Very good. Let's try the next one. Having received my vaccination shot, I feel much more blank from the threat of the virus. Is it letter A, harsh, B, angry, C, safe, or D, glad? The answer is letter C, safe. Having received my vaccination shot, I feel much more safe from the threat of the virus. How is it going so far? Did you get it correctly? Nice. Let's try the next one. With the actions that we are doing nowadays, we may blank return to our situation as before. Is it letter A, definitely, B, negatively, C, poorly, or D, probably? The answer is letter D, probably. Did you get it correctly? Wow, that's amazing. So, how did you perform? Did you get them all? That's great. I think you are now ready for our lesson. To start our lesson, let us play some rebus puzzles. Rebus puzzles are also known as word picture puzzles or picture riddles. They use images or words to convey a phrase or message. Let's try the first one. The answer is once in a blue moon. If we will look at it closely, the word once is written inside the word moon, which is color blue, thus giving us the clue of the phrase once in a blue moon. So, are you ready for the next puzzles? Let's try the other ones. Don't worry, I will give you options to choose from. So for our live viewers, you may comment your answers on our stream. Are you ready? Let's begin with the first one. The correct answer, first aid. Look at how the arrow points at the first word. Did you get it correctly? Very nice. How about the next one? Did you answer small talk? If yes, your answer is correct. Look at how the word talk is written in a small size. So, how about this last one? I am sure you answered big deal, because that is the correct answer. Look at how the word deal is written in a very big size. So, those are all the rebus puzzles that we have for today. So, how was it? Did you get all the answers correctly? Wow, you are awesome. Keep up the good work. My dear students, I am sure that those rebus puzzles shown to you challenge you a little bit. But I think you got the information shown by the puzzles correctly because of the symbols, pictures, and clues presented to you. Actually, we also have texts that are full of information, and these are called expository texts. So what are expository texts? Expository texts are also called informational texts. These are organized texts that provide facts to explain a given topic. Expository texts are supported by facts and information. But sometimes, all the letters and words make it harder for us to understand them. But, same with the puzzles a while ago, they became much easier because of the graphics. So, what are graphics? Graphics are images, symbols, or visual representations of data. Graphics make the understanding of the data much easier. Specifically, we use tables and graphs to present the data. So, for this lesson, we will be discussing about tables. What are tables? Tables are the representation of data in rows and columns. Data presented in a table are not limited to numbers. Tables make data much more organized. And on the other hand, we have graphs. Graphs are the representations or diagrams showing the relationship between certain sets of numbers or quantities by means of a series of dots, lines, images, bars, and many others. There are different types of graphs. First, we have the circle or the pie graph. The circle or a pie graph is shaped like a circle divided into fractions that look like pieces of pie. So sometimes, a circle graph is called a pie graph. We also have the line graph. Line graph is useful in displaying data or information that changes continuously over time. The points on a line graph are connected by a line. Next, we have the pictograph or the picture graph. The pictograph or the picture graph uses pictures or symbols to show data. One picture often stands for more than one vote, so a key is necessary to understand the symbols. And lastly, we have the bar graph. So the bar graph is a graphical display of data using bars of different heights. So you see, sometimes the key to understanding the data or information given is how they are presented to us. And these graphics or visuals will definitely aid us in a much easier understanding. So now, let us see if you have learned our lesson for this day. I want you to kindly go to the activity number 4, let us apply, on your learning activity sheets, and let us try answering them. So, are you ready? So, given is a graph representing 100 grade 8 students and their modes of transportation in going to school. I want you to study the given graph and answer the questions that follow. Don't worry, I will give you a few seconds to analyze the graph. Afterwards, we will be answering some questions. So, here's the graph. I think you're ready. So let us begin the first question. So in the graph, how many student participants are represented by it? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The answer is there are 100 student participants. It's easy, right? Have you read the title? Very good. How about the next one? So what kind of graph was shown a while ago? Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the graph shown was a circle or a pie graph. So were you correct? Nice. And then for our third question, which among the modes of transportations has the highest number of students? Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. So having 51%, walking is the answer. So did you get it? Wow, that's very good. Next, which among the modes of transportations has the lowest number of students? Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. So getting 10%, the answer is the private cars. So did you get it correctly? Wow, that's amazing. And for the last one, this is quite a tricky one. Can the students who ride in the school service and private car combined outnumber students who are walking? Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. I told you the last question is a tricky one. You need first to combine those who use their private cars, which is 10%, school service riders who are 20%, and the two sums up to only 30% of the population. Thus, it is still lower to the 51% of those who are walking? So, the answer is no. So, how did you do on our activity? Did you get the perfect score? That's great. So, to further review your learning, here's another one. So, for our next activity, there are 3 students who are talking about their favorites, and the information given is summarized on the table. So I want you to study the given table and answer the questions that follow. I will give you a few seconds to analyze the table, and afterwards, we will be answering some questions. So there is the table. I think you're ready. So for our live viewers, you may input your answer on the comment section of our stream. Let's begin with the first question. First, who among the students may be considered sporty? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The answer is Gaspar. He loves table tennis, basketball, and volleyball. So did you get Gaspar correctly? Good. For the next one, which subject is the favorite of all the students? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. English is the favorite of all the students. So were you correct? Nice. How about our listeners? Is English your favorite subject too? I bet. Let's move on with the next one. Is Monday one of the favorite days of Melcher? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The answer is yes, because Monday is a part of the weekdays. So did you get the right answer? Very good. Next, can we say that Bethany is a sport-loving person? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The answer is no. Unfortunately, Bethany does not love any sports. So did you get the answer correctly? Amazing. And for the last one, who among them loves language and literature subjects? 5, 4, 3. Bethany, because Bethany loves only English and Filipino, which are both literature subjects. So, how did you perform in our activity? Did you get all the correct answers? That's great. You deserve a pat on your shoulder, and you should tell yourself, you did a great job. So, unfortunately, we are almost at the end of our discussion. But before that, let us have a quick recap of what we have learned for today. First, we learned that expository texts are organized texts that provide facts and information to explain a given topic. We also learned that graphics are images, symbols, or visual representations of data, and graphics make the understanding of the data much easier. And then we also learned that tables are the representation of data in rows and columns. Data presented in a table are not limited to numbers. And lastly, we have learned that graphs are the representations or diagrams showing the relationship between certain sets of numbers or quantities by means of a series of dots, lines, images, bars, and many others. My dear students, I hope that everything is clear and you have understood our lesson. Do not forget to further test your understanding by answering the activity number 5 on your learning activity sheet. You may always seek help to your elders at home, or you may always ask your teachers for further clarification. Also, for your post activity, by using any of the given graphs, I want you to plot your 24-hour activity as a student. Then, through a table, construct a suggested student-appropriate time schedule. After you have accomplished everything, I want you to kindly submit it to your English teacher. Thank you, dear grade 8 students, and I hope that you learned a lot and you have enjoyed our discussion for today. Don't forget to tune in to DCTC 828 Aral TarlakHenyo and watch us live on Facebook from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. from Monday to Friday. Once again, this has been Sir Victor John C. Anunciacion, your grade 8 teacher broadcaster for today. Wishing you all an amazing day ahead. Until next time, dear students, don't forget to always wear your mask, wash your hands, and be safe always. God bless everyone.
Nais mo bang magpabakuna? Alam mo bang may mga tinatawag na priority eligible groups? Sa bawat priority group, may mga sektor na nakahanay. Kung ikaw ay kabilang dito, wag nang magdalawang isip pa. Halina't magpabakuna na. Simula Hunyo, sisimula na ang pag-roll out ng mga bakuna sa A5 group o ang mga nabibilang sa indigent population. Ito ay ang mga kabilang sa mahihirap na populasyon base sa listahan ng National Household Targeting System for Poverty Reduction o NHTSPR o iba pang verification mechanisms ng local government units. Kaya kung ikaw ay nabibilang sa grupo na ito, tumawag o makipag-ugnayan sa inyong LGU upang malaman ang mga detalye tungkol sa inyong vaccination program katulad ng petsa, oras at lugar kung saan ka magpapabakuna. Humingi ng medical clearance sa inyong doktor kung ikaw ay may autoimmune disease, HIV, cancer, malignancy, dumaan sa organ transplant, kasalukuyang dumadaan sa steroid treatment o nakaratay sa higaan. Huwag kalimutan ang iyong proof of eligibility o mga dokumentong nagpapatunay na ikaw ay kasama sa priority group na ito. Huwag din kalimutang dalhin ang iyong government ID, pati na ang face mask, face shield, sanitizer at ballpen bago ang iyong vaccination. At paalala, pagkatapos ng pagbabakuna, huwag mag-atubiling magtanong na makaragdagang impormasyon tungkol sa bakuna na ginamit sa iyo. Hingin at itago ang contact information ng personnel na tatawagan kung sakaling ikaw ay makaramdam ng seryosong side effects. Huwag rin kalimutan ang vaccination card at alamin ang petsa ng iyong second dose ng pagbabakuna. Higit sa lahat, ugaliin pa rin sundin ang minimum public health standards tulad ng wastong paghuhugas ng kamay, pagpapanatili ng safe physical distancing at pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield. Ano pang hinihintay mo? Tara na sa Vida Vaccination!
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Alam nyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Izrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Sa ating pong mga magulang na walang sawang sumusuporta at sumusubaybay sa pag-aaral ng ating mga anak, sa ating mga taga-subaybay araw-araw ng Aral TarlakHenyo na hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26, at syempre sa lahat ng ating mga nagpupursiging mga mag-aaral, welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DZTC Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac. Magandang araw, magandang tanghali, and afternoon sa lahat po ng ating mga nakasubaybay ngayong oras na ito. Salamat at tayo po ay naririto na naman, nagpapatuloy at nagsisikap sa pagiging maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Kamusta po kayo? Kamusta ka, ginigilaw kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto. Ako nga pala ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan, Ginoong Charlie M. Peralta, sumasahing papawid mula dito sa Barangay San Pascual, Tarlac City, na inyong makakasama at gagabay sa inyo upang ating may sakatuparan ang ating Most Essential Learning Competency na nasusuri ang kabias ng Minoan, Mycenaean at Classical ng Greece. Kung meron man po kayong mga katanungan sa atin pong tatalakaying paksa, ay huwag maghiyang magmensahe sa akin sa aking numerong 0909-918-9107 at sisikapin kong sagutin ng buong husay ang inyong mga nais linawin. At sa ating pagsisimula, muli kong ipaparating sa inyo mga ginigilog kong mga mag-aaral ang ilan sa mga mahalagang paalala na dapat natin gawin. Una, siguraduhin na ikaw ay nasa komportableng lugar, tahimik at komportableng lugar. Pangalawa, ituon ang inyong konsentrasyon o isipan sa pag-aaral ng ating paksa. At pangatlo, ihanda ang inyong mga self-learning module, papel at ballpen na tsak na inyong magagamit sa ating tatalakaying paksa. Alam ko kayo ay nakahanda na para sa ating episode ngayon sa Araling Panlipunan. Kaya kayo ay napakagaling. Atin ngayong umpisahan ang ating pag-aaral sa ikalawang markahan ngayong taon na ito. Ang ating paksang tatalakayin ngayong oras na ito ay tungkol sa kabiasnan ng Minoan, Mycenaean at ng klasikong Greek. Umpisahan natin sa kabiasnang Minoan. Pansinin natin ang mapa na nasa ating mga screen. Yan ang lugar kung saan umusbong ang una nating kabiasnang pag-aaralan. Ito ang kabiasnang Minoan. Ang unang kabiasnang nabuo sa Crete o isla ng Crete ay tinatawag nating Minoan. Kung inyong papansinin, yung aking binilugan na bahagi ng nasa mapa, yan ay ang isla ng Crete. At bahagi ng isla ng Crete ay ang Minoan, kung saan dito umusbong ang kabiasnan ng mga Minoans. Ito ay tinatawag o tinawag nilang Minoan sapagkat ang mga sinaunang Minoans ay naniniwala o may pinaniniwalaang hari sa panahon na yan. Ito ay si Haring Minos. Kaya, ang lugar na ito na bahagi ng ating isla ng Crete ay tinawag nilang Minoans sapagkat si Haring Minos ang kinilala o kinikilalang hari ng mga sinaunang mamamayan dito sa lugar na ito. Yan ang kabiasnang Minoan. Kung ating papansinin ang mapa, nandyan din sa itaas na bahagi ng Minoan ang Knossos. Ang Knossos ay ang pinaniniwalaan nating naging sentro o kabisera ng kabiasnang Minoans. At bilang kabisera o sentro ng Minoans, sa period na ito, ang Knossos ay ang naging sentro ng kalakalan at iba pang gawain katulad ng pangsining, pangkabuhayan, pangrelihiyon, o pangkultural. Ulitin ko, ang Knossos ay ang naging kabisera ng kabiasnang Minoan na nasa isla ng Crete. Kilala ang mga Minoan bilang mahuhusay gumamit ng metal. Hindi kaila sa atin na sa panahon ng pag-usbong ng Minoan civilization ay nasa panahon sila ng bronze. Kaya nga, hasang-hasa ang mga Minoans noon sa paggawa ng mga kagamitan gamit ang mga metal. At dito nila nahubog ang kanilang kakayanan upang magkaroon ng iba't ibang pamamaraan sa paggawa ng mga bagay na kanilang mapapakinabangan. Ito ay tinatawag nating teknolohiya. Nakatira sila sa mga bahay na yari sa laryo o bricks. Alam ko, pamilyar kayo sa kung ano ang bricks. Ito ang ginamit nila sa kanilang mga tahanan. Maliban dito, sila din ay may sistema ng pagsulat. Napakahalaga ng sistema ng pagsulat sa pag-uumpisa ng isang kabiasnan sapagkat ito ay ang magsisilbing kaluluwa ng kanilang komunidad. Anumang artikulo, kasaysayan o mahalagang pangyayari ay kailangan maisulat. At ito ang nagawa sa kabiasnang Minoan. Maliban dito, sila din ay bihasa sa pagdaragat. So sila ay mangingisda. Sapagkat ang isla ng Crete ay napapalibutan ng anyong tubig, naiayon ng mga Minoans ang kanilang hanap buhay sa kanilang kapaligiran. Nahasa ang kanilang pagiging magaling bilang mga mandaragat sapagkat ito ay ang hatid ng kanilang geografiya o topografiya. Ngayon, isa-isa noong taong 1899, isang English archaeologist na ang pangalan ay si Sir Arthur Evans na nasa larawan sa inyong screen. Isa siya sa nangahas na maghukay sa lugar ng Crete. Ang layunin niya ay upang matuklasan ang kultura o ang pamayanan na naganap sa panahon na ito. At sa kanyang paghuhukay ay natuklasan nila ang iba't ibang mga labi ng lungsod ng Knossos. At ito ay nakatulong kay Sir Arthur Evans upang patuloy na magsaliksik upang mabigyan ng paliwanag, description kung ano bang uri ng pamumuhay ang naganap sa panahon ng kabiasnang Minoan. Narito ang mga naging ambag sa kabiasnan ng kabiasnang Minoan. Ating isa-isahin. Ang una ay ang fresco. Ang fresco ay tumutukoy sa larawang mabilisan Subalit, bihasang ipininta sa mga dingding na basa ng plaster upang pumapit ng gusto sa pader ang mga pigment ng metal at ng mineral na oxide. Madalas na inilalarawan nito ang mga ritual katulad ng pole dancing. Ayon sa mga paliwanag at ayon sa mga mananaliksik, isa ang fresco sa naging batayan nila upang bigyan ng description kung anong uri ng pamumuhay mayroon ang mga sinaunang Minoans. At nakita nila na kung anuman ang mga nasa kapaligiran nila, yun ang naging subject matter ng mga sinaunang Minoans upang kanilang ipakita kung anong kultura ang meron sila sa kanilang panahon, gamit ang fresco. Pangalawang ambag ay ang sining. Sining sa paggawa ng mga palayok. At ang mga palayok katulad ng nasa larawan, ito ay may karaniwang may disenyo ng mga bagay na kadalasan nakikita natin o nakita nila sa kanilang mga kapaligiran, katulad na lamang ng bulaklak at mga disenyong pandagat, dulot ng kahalagahan ng dagat sa kanilang buhay. Dito pa lamang sa kanilang disenyo ng kanilang mga palayok ay marireflect na natin ano ba ang kanilang pinagkaabalahan, ano ba ang kanilang nagawang mahalagang bagay sa larangan ng sining sa panahon nila. Ginamit nilang subject matter ang kanilang mga nakikita sa paligid, hayop man yan, halaman man yan, o bagay man yan. Ito ay nakatulong sa kanila upang ipakilala nila kung anong pamumuhay mayroon sila sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng mga konseptong ito sa mga disenyo ng kanilang mga palayok. Ngayon ay ating pag-aralan o ating suriin ano ba ang naging dahilan sa pag-unlad ng kabias ng Minoan. Paglipas ng ilan pang mga taon, tinatayang mula 1600 hanggang 1100 before Common Era, narating ng Crete ang kanyang tugato. Umunlad ng husto ang kabuhayan dito, dulot na rin ng pagkipagtalakalan ng mga sining sa paggawa ng palayok na karaniwan ay may disenyo ng mga bagay na nasa paligid. Ang ibig sabihin lamang nito, ang kaisipan tungkol sa sining ng mga sinaunang Minoans ay hindi lamang nakatulong sa kanilang lungsod, kundi nakatulong sa buong isla ng Crete upang makamit nito ang tugatog ng tagumpay. Sa paanong paraan, paano nakatulong ang mga Minoan sa pagunlad ng isla ng Crete? Gamit ang kanilang creative hands and minds, sila ay nagpinta, nagdisenyo ng mga palayok at ito ay ang kanilang ikinalakal sa mga ibang mga ngalakal. Ito ang naging dahilan kung bakit napaunlad ng kabias ng ito ang isla ng Crete. Ngayon naman, sa kabila ng paggamit ng tugatog ng isla ng Crete at pagkakaroon ng development sa kaisipan ng mga Minoans, dumating sa punto na ito din ay unti-unting bumagsak. Alamin natin ngayon, ano ba ang dahilan ng pagbagsak ng kabias ng Minoans kahit na ito ay umuunlad. Ang sivilisasyong Minoans ay tumagal hanggang 1400 before Common Era. Ito ay nagwakas nang salakayin ang Knossos, Nino, ng mga hindi nakikilalang mga manlalakbay, mga explorers. Dahil sa panahon na ito, exploration is essential, I think. Dahil sa panahon na ito, nandun tayo sa stage ng pagtuklas. Okay? So, ang manlalakbay ay sumira, nagwasak ng mga pamayan na sakop ng Minoans. Hindi lang buong Crete, kundi yung sentro mismo ng kabias ng Minoans. Ito ay ang Knossos, sentro. Ito ay sinira, winasak ng mga manlalakbay. At syempre tulad ng hindi nang inaasahan, maliban sa Knossos, yung mga maliit pang lungsod na sakop ng kabias ng Minoans ay unti-unting nawala sa kamay ng mga Minoans. Kahit gaano kaunlad, kahit gaano kaganda ang nangyari sa panahon na ito, hindi pa rin makakaila yung tinatawag nating territoriality, pananako. Kung ating iisipin, kung ating titingnan, mga ginigilo ko mag-aaral, saan nag-focus ang mga Minoans? Ito ay sa atin lang sariling kuro-kuro. Okay? Saan nag-focus ang mga Minoans? Sila ay nag-focus sa arts, culture. Alright? How about sa security? Ito yata yung sabihin natin kailangan, no? Na kapag ikaw ay nag-uumpisa ng isang kabiasnan, kung tayo man ay naroon sa panahon na yon, security, ang seguridad ng ating teritoryo, isa yan sa focus ng ating pamayanan. At ito sa, I think, ang hindi masyadong nabigyan ng atensyon, okay, ng mga ninuno nating mga Minoans sa panahon na ito. Kaya sila ay madaling nasakop ng mga ibang manlalakbay. Okay? Susunod naman tayo ngayon ay ang kabias ng Mycenaean. Alright? Ang mga Mycenaean ay ang katutubo ng lugar na nakapaligid naman sa Caspian Sea. Okay, tingnan natin ang mapa sa next slide. Hanapin natin kung saan matatagpuan ang lupain ng Mycenae. Okay? So ang Mycenae na matatagpuan 16 kilometers ang layo sa aplayan ng karagatang Aegean ang naging sentro ng sibilisasyong Mycenaean. Kung inyong mapapansin sa mapa, andyan yung Aegean Civilization, nandyan din yung Mycenae, yung lungsod ng Mycenae. Okay? So, ang pag-uusapan ngayon natin ay ang pag-usbong ng kabias ng Mycenaean. Alright? At sabi dito, ang kabiasnan o ang mga Mycenaean ay mga katutubo daw na nagmula sa lugar na nakapaligid sa Caspian Sea. Ang Mycenae ay matatagpuan daw sa 16 kilometers na layo sa aplayan ng karagatang Aegean. Ang karagatang Aegean ay ang naging sentro ng Mycenaean Civilization. Bakit ba ang Aegean Sea ay ang kinilala o sabihin na natin tinaguri ang sentro ng Mycenaean Civilization? Sapagkat sa panahon na yan, ang Aegean Sea ay ang ruta na ginagamit ng sinaunang manlalakbay at mananakop papasok at palabas ng isang bansa. At ang mga Mycenaean, yan din ang ginamit na ruta sa pagbuo ng kanilang kabiasnan. Ang mga lungsod dito ay pinag-uugnay ng maayos na daan at mga tulay. So kung ilalarawan natin physically ang mga lugar dito sa Mycenae, kanilang in-improve ang construction ng mga tulay at ng mga daan. Napakahalaga ng tulay, napakahalaga ng daan, napakahalaga ng ruta. Lalo noon, maging ngayon, sapagkat dahil sa mga rutang ito, nagkakaroon tayo ng kaalaman, nagkakaroon tayo ng koneksyon. Okay? So, napaliligiran ng makakapal na pader, tinamang ilarawan ang mismong komunidad o lupain, komunidad o lungsod ng Mycenae. Napapaligiran ng makapal na pader ang lungsod upang magsilbing pananggalang sa mga maaaring lumusob dito. Sa loob ng pader, narito naman nakatayo ang palasyo ng hari. Kung ating ngayong ikukumpara ang kaisipan na naipamalas ng mga Minoans at Mycenaeans, sila ay may pagkakaiba. May pagkakatulad at may pagkakaiba. Isa sa ating nakitang pagkakaiba ay binigyan ng atensyon, ng focus ng mga Mycenaean, hindi lamang ang arts, hindi lamang ang sining, hindi lamang ang relihiyon, kundi ang seguridad. Sila ay nagtayo ng mga kapal, matataas na pader. Okay? Para maging secure ang kanilang lupain laban dun sa mga nagnanais na pumasok at manira o manakop ng kanilang lugar. Alright? Next slide tayo. Bahagi ng kabias ng Aegean ang Asia Minor. Ang Troy ay lungsod na matatagpuan sa Asia Minor. Ang Asia Minor class ay ang kasalukuyan ngayon na Turkey. Okay? Ngayon, anong kinalaman ng kabias ng Aegean dito sa kabias ng Mycenaean? Ang Troy, ang pangunahing katunggali ng mga Mycenaean, na kalaunan ay bumagsak din sa kamay ng mga Mycenaean. Ang ibig sabihin lamang nun, sa loob ng kabias ng Aegean, meron nang nagaganap na hindi magandang sa pagitan ng Troy at Mycenaean. Of course, ano bang dahilan? Ito ay dahil sa teritoryo. Subalit, sa kalaunan, ay napakalo din ng mga Mycenaean ang Troy. Kaya nga sa inyong English subject, natitiyak ko, ito ay napag-aralan na ninyo, di ba? Ang pagkabihag ng Troy ay ikinuwento ni Homer sa Iliad. Kung kilala niyo si Homer ay isang bulag na makata na nabuhay noong ika-8 siglo sa Asia Minor. Ang Iliad ay isang epiko na naganap na labanan at uminog sa kwento ni Achilles, isang mandirigmang Greek, at ni Hector, isang prinsipeng Trojan. Alam ko inyong natandaan yung Trojan War o Trojan Horse. Okay? Connected ang kabias ng Mycenaean doon sa pangyayari ito. Right? So ngayon, isa-isahin natin ano ba yung mga ambag sa kabias ng Mycenaean. Ang una, ang kulturang Mycenaean ay mayaman at maunlad na pinatutuhanan ng kanilang mga gawang sining. Ang mga Mycenaeans, sila ay gumawa ng mga creative mask o mga maskara, mga jewelries, mga palamuti sa katawan, at mga sandata na yari sa ginto. Pangalawa, batay sa natuklasan ni Sir Arthur Evans tulad ng Minoan, ang mga Mycenaean ay may sariling sistema ng pagsulat. At pangatlo, ang paniniwala sa isang makapangyarihang Diyos ay ipinamalas ng mga Mycenaean. Ito ay paniniwala kay Zeus na kanilang pinaniniwala ang naghahari ng isang pamilya at ng mga Diyos at ng mga Diyosa. Kung ating iisipin at pag-aaralan ang ilan sa mga ambag sa kabiasnan ng mga Mycenaeans, mayroong nadagdag kumpara sa Minoan. Ano ang nadagdag? Sa relihiyon. Seguridad at relihiyon. Mas lalong na-improve, mas lalong lumaganap ang espiritual na paniniwala ng mga sinaunang tao sa kasagsagan ng Mycenaean civilization. Okay. Ngayon naman, pag-usapan natin ano ba ang naging dahilan ng pag-unlad ng kabias ng Mycenaean. Pagdating ng 1400 before Common Era, isa ng malakas na mandaragat ang mga Mycenaean. So kanilang napalakas, ang kanilang napalakas ang kanilang kakayahan bilang maging mga mandaragat. At ito ay nalubos ng masakop at magupo nila ang Crete. Nagamit nila yung kakayahan na yun upang magpalawak ng teritoryo. Ipinagpatuloy na ang kalakalan ng Crete sa Aegean Sea at dahil dito, yumaman at naging makapangyarihan ang mga Mycenaean. Yun ang dahilan bakit namayagpag umunlad ang kabias ng Mycenaean. Ano naman ang dahilan? Ba't ito bumagsak? Noong 1100 before Common Era, bumagsak ang sibilisasyong Mycenaean. Tinawag nila itong Dark Age o madilim na panahon na tumagal ng halos 300 taon. During Dark Age, natigil ang kalakalan at pagsasaka at natigil din ang mga gawaing pansining ng mga Mycenaeans. At dito nga, unti-unti bumagsak ang komunidad, ang kabiasnan ng Mycenaean. At kinikilala natin na ilan sa mga hinilalang nanakot sa mga Mycenaean ay ang mga tinatawag nating Dorian. So yan ang dahilan kung bakit bumagsak ang kabias ng Mycenaean. Ngayon, pumunta tayo ngayon sa ating activity number 1 upang sukatin kung meron ba kayong mahalagang natandaan sa ating talakayan ngayon. Ang ating panuto, tukuyin ang mga sumusunod na konseptong inilalarawan sa bawat bilang. Maaari niyong isulat sa inyong portfolio, notebook, o isa-isip, o i-type sa ating comment box or section ang inyong sagot. Number 1. Ito ay tumutukoy sa makukulay na larawang mabilisan, subalit bihasang ipininta sa mga dingding ng bahay sa kabias ng Maynawan. Ang tamang sagot ay fresco. Hindi fresco ha, ito ay fresco. Pangalawang tanong, tukuyin natin. Siya ay isang English archaeologist na nagsagawa ng paghukay upang makatuklas ng mga labi ng Nosos. Sino po siya? The correct answer is Sir Arthur Evans. Number 3. Ito ang panahon kung kailan natigil ang kalakalan at pagsasaka at mga gawaing pangsining ng kabias ng Mycenaean. Anong age ang tawag dyan? This is Dark Age. Okay? Number 4. Pangunahing katunggali ng Mycenae. Anong lugar? Anong lungsod ito? Ito ay ang Troy. Okay? At panghuling tanong, isla kung saan umusbong ang kabias ng Maynawan. Isla, ito ay sa isla ng Crete. Okay, nakuha niyo ba lahat? Very good. Okay, now, para sa inyong karagdagang gawain, na aking iwawasto sa susunod na episode natin. Okay? Paghambingin ang katangian ng kabias ng Maynawan at Mycenaean gamit ang Venn diagram. So, identify ninyo ang pagkakaiba at pagkakatulad nila when it comes in geography, kabuhayan, pamahalaan, at pinakamahalagang ambag. Nandito ang Venn diagram. Ayan. At matagumpay na naman nating natapos ang ating talakayan ngayong araw at sana'y huwag ninyong kakalimutan ang mahalagang natutunan ninyo kasama ako ang inyong teacher Cha. Huwag kalimutang i-share sa inyong mga kamag-anak, kaibigan, kamag-aral ang mahalagang lesson for today. Muli ako si Ginoong Charlie M. Peralta, ang nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng araling panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli, mga TarlakHenyo.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan o kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam nyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
I'm back! This is Orzi, your teacher broadcaster.
Magandang araw mga kapantas!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Welcome to my class in Electrical Installation and Maintenance 8 under Technology and Livelihood Education. I am Sir Elmer Garang, your teacher broadcaster for today's episode of Aral TarlakHenyo of SDO Tarlac Province by RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 AM Radio Filipino Tarlac, and you can also watch us live via Converge Cable Channel 100. Join me as I'm going to lead you on acquiring the knowledge and skills to learn in TLE 8. Together, we will take another fun and learning journey. For this special episode, all you have to do is hear, watch, and listen. So can all the activities that will give you surely an excitement as you learn inside your home. Today, you will be able to identify the different tools and materials used in electrical installation and maintenance applicable to a specific job. Come and join me as we start our learning adventure, TarlakHenyo. Don't forget to hold your self-learning modules together with your paper and pen as you learn this learning activity. Are you ready for your first learning task? If you are, listen well as I show you on the screen the activities that you need to answer. Make sure that you are in a comfortable place, far from noise, so that you can hear me loud and clear while watching and listening to this program. You can also watch RTV Aral TarlakHenyo through Facebook Live. Before we start with our lessons for today's episode, let me play a short video presentation to give you a short review on different electrical tools and materials that we are already familiar with.
Puputulin natin kabayan yung sobrang flexible hose dito sa loob ng Johnson box gamit itong ating improvised na lagari. kabayan. Itong pula kabayan, ito ang ating neutral at ito namang dilaw na wire. Ito ang ating live wire. Yung live wire natin kabayan, dito nakakabit sa may rods na ito. At yung neutral naman natin dito sa may thread ito. Tapos na tayo mag-wiring kabayan. Subukan na natin pailawin dito sa labas. And ito namang 1 gang switch natin kabayan. Sabay na iilaw yung dalawang bulb na yun. Subukan natin kabayan. Ayan. Dalawang bulb controlled ng 1 gang switch. Salamat sa inyong panonood kabayan. Kung nagustuhan nyo ang aking video, sana'y huwag niyong kalimutang mag-like at subscribe sa aking channel. Salamat kabayan.
You will learn more if you keep tuned on TARLAKHENYO. Welcome to the Electrical Installation and Maintenance Exploratory course. It is important to know first the different electrical tools and materials that we will use and encounter in this episode. There are varieties of tools used in electrical installation and maintenance. The electrical tools and materials that we will be discussing in this episode are the basic ones, but it is sufficient enough for your initial understanding about electrical installation and maintenance. Are you ready to gain new knowledge on different electrical tools and materials, as well as their uses and functions? If you are, relax and listen as we go on with our lesson. Under electrical tools, we have the following. First, we have the screwdriver. These tools are made of steel, hardened and tempered at the tip, used to loosen or tighten screws. First is the standard or flat screwdriver. The blade tip is wedge-shaped and resembles to a negative sign. This is used to drive screws with single slot head. Next is the Phillips screwdriver. This is a cross tip resembling to a positive sign and commonly used to drive screws with cross-slash head. The third one is the stubby screwdriver. It comes in either standard or Phillips screwdriver with short shank or blade and a shortened handle used to turn screws in tight space where standard screwdriver cannot be used. Another tool that being used in electrical installation and maintenance is the hammer. These are tools used in driving or pounding and pulling out nails. They are made of hard steel, wood, plastic, or rubber. The following types of hammer are A. Low hammer, B. mallet, C. ball-pin hammer. Next, we have the pliers. This is made from metal with insulator in the handle and are used for cutting, twisting, bending, folding, and gripping wires and cables. The combination pliers or lineman's pliers is used for gripping, folding, and cutting electrical wires and cable, and even small nails. They are usually used by linemen in doing heavy tasks. Second one is the side cutting pliers. The type of pliers is used for cutting fine and medium and big wires and cables. Then we have the long nose pliers. This is used for cutting and holding fine wires. The next tool, the wire stripper. The tool is used for removing insulation of medium-sized wires ranging from gauge number 10 to gauge number 16. Then we have the electrician's knife. This is used by linemen to remove insulation of wire and cables in low and high voltage transmission line. Next is the portable electric drill, a small drilling machine with a chuck capacity of 1/4 inch to 3/8 inch. It's used in making holes on metal sheets and concrete wall. The last tool being used in electrical installation and maintenance is the hacksaw. This tool is used to cut metal conduit and armored cable. Before we proceed, let me ask you this. Which of these tools matters you most? Okay, great. Well, you are now starting to learn electrical tools. Let's move ahead to another learning experience. After gaining knowledge from electrical tools, I believe that you are now ready to learn different materials being used in electrical installation and maintenance. Electrical materials are developed and constructed for special purpose, such as to, number one, to control the flow of current in an electrical circuit. Number two, it carry electrical current from the source to the load or current-consuming apparatus. Third, it hold and secure wires to its fixtures inside and outside houses and buildings. And the last one, it protects the houses, buildings, appliances, and instruments from any destruction and damage. We have the first material, the convenience outlet. This is a device that acts as convenient source of electrical energy for current-consuming appliances. It's where the main plug of an appliance is inserted and usually fastened on the wall or connected in an extension cord. It may be single, duplex, triplex, or multiplex and could be surface type or flat type. Second, the switch. It's a device that connects and disconnects the flow of electric current in circuit. There are many shapes, designs, and types, and they are classified as hanging, glass, and surface types. We also have the circuit breaker. It is a protective device used to automatically blows and cuts the current when the trouble in the circuit such as short circuit or overload occurs. Then we have the main plug. It's a device inserted into a convenience outlet to conduct electric current. A flat cord is attached to one end and the other end is connected to a current-consuming instrument or appliance. Next, the lamp holders. These are devices that hold and protect the lamp and are also called as lamp socket or receptacle. These come in many designs and sizes. They are classified as flash, hanging, or weatherproof and surface type. Then we have the fuse. It is an electrical safety device that operates to provide overcurrent protection on electric circuit. Another material is a junction box, an octagonal-shaped electrical material where the connection or joints of wires are being done. It's also where the flash-type lamp holder is attached. This could be made of metal or plastic PVC polyvinyl chloride. Then we have the utility box. It is a rectangular shape, metallic, or plastic PVC material in which glass-type convenience outlets are attached. Then, another one, the flat cord. It's a duplex stranded wire used for temporary wiring installation, commonly used in extension cord assembly. It comes in a roll of 150 meter and with sizes of gauge number 18 to gauge number 16, AWG or American wire gauge. Then we have the electrical wire or conductor, an electrical material that could be, letter A, stranded wire. It is made of multiple strands joined together to make a single wire. B, we have the solid wire. It's made of single strand of copper or aluminum wire. These are made in wiring installation inside and outside the building. Then we have the conduits or pipes. It is an electrical material used as the passage of wire for protection and insulation. This could be rigid metallic, flexible metallic conduit or FMC, rigid metallic or PVC, and flexible non-metallic or corrugated plastic conduit or CPC. Another material are the clamp. It is an electrical material used to hold and anchor electrical conduits in their proper position. Then the last one are the connectors. It is used to attach metallic or non-metallic conduit to the junction or utility boxes. Are you ready, TarlakHenyo? Let's continue learning as we enter the activity and see if you can get a perfect score. Take note, you may also message your subject teacher for your question and inquiries. You are given 10 seconds to answer each number. Write your answer on your answer sheet. Are you ready? I know that you will do your best. For your question number 1, what tool you are going to use if you cannot reach tight space or small opening where other pliers cannot reach and also used in making terminal loops of copper wires? Is it A, electrician's knife, B, combination pliers, C, long nose pliers, or D, side cutting pliers? Time's up. Let's check your answer. Very good. It's C, long nose pliers. Question number 2. This is a device inserted into a convenience outlet to conduct electric current. Is it A, circuit breaker, B, convenience outlet, C, main plug, or D, switch? Correct. It's C, main plug. Question number 3. This tool has a cross tip resembling to a positive sign, and it is used to drive screws with cross slot heads. Is it A, flat screwdriver, B, Phillips screwdriver, C, Allen screwdriver, or D, Tabby screwdriver? You are right. It is B, Phillips screwdriver. Question number 4. It is an octagonal shape, electrical material, where the connection or joints of wires are being done. Is it A, convenience outlet, B, fuse, C, junction box, or D, utility box? Very good. It is junction box. Question number 5. This tool is used to cut metal conduit and armored cable. Is it A, hacksaw, B, mallet, C, portable electric drill, or D, wire stripper? If If your answer is A, Axel, you got it right. Did you get everything right? Great. Okay, count the number of the correct items. Congrats to those who got a perfect score. You did a good job. Job well done for those score is 3 to 4. Those other whose score is 2 and below, don't be sad. Always keep on trying. Just get your module and review your answer. Some question that you might ask, and let me read. Can we use that cord for wiring installation inside and outside the building? The answer is yes, but for temporary purposes only. It's not advisable for permanent wiring installation. Another question. Why most of the houses uses CPC or corrugated plastic conduits nowadays? The answer is it's because it's easy to use and cost efficient. If you work in electrical field or home do it yourself, buying electrical supplies can be a big part of your job. There are many things to consider when you are buying electrical materials, including cost, quality, and efficiency. Here are some things to think about the next time you are buying electrical supplies for your next work or at home project. Here are some tips in buying tools and materials. Number 1, plan before buying electrical supplies. This plan should help you figure out exactly what you will need for the project and how much of each supply you will need. Measure the areas where you will be working to decide how much wire will be needed. Number 2, pay attention to the safety of your electrical supplies. And number 3, the jaws of the pliers should have the capability of handling pressure and shape, minimizing slipping with an increased inefficiency. Students, I hope you learned a lot for today's episode. This Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province in cooperation with DCTC 828 AM Station. I would like to end by saying this from Leonardo da Vinci. Learning never exhausts the mind. Let us always remember, sincerely, we gain skills, knowledge, and progress. Thank you and keep safe, everyone. This is your TLE broadcaster, Sir Ever, of Paranggorean Integrated School High School Department, signing off.
Impormasyong may kalidad, serbisyong may halaga, saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Ano mang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May na-miss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the Professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
This is my story.
Ano ang kwento ng buhay mo? Malungkot? Masaya? May kababalaghan? O puno ng aksyon? Ang bawat kwento ng kapwa nating Pilipino ay mahalaga.
This is my story.
Sama-sama nating ibahagi ito upang magbigay aral at inspirasyon sa ating lahat.
This is my story. This is My Story.
Hosted by Mitch Desunia. Tuwing Sabado, alas 3 hanggang alas 4 ng hapon. Mapapakinggan dito sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
This is My Story.
Nais mo bang magpabakuna? Alam mo bang may mga tinatawag na priority eligible groups? Sa bawat priority group, may mga sektor na nakahanay. Kung ikaw ay kabilang dito, wag nang magdalawang isip pa. Halina't magpabakuna na. Ngayong Hunyo, sisimula na ang pag-rollout ng mga bakuna sa A4 group. Kabilang sa A4, ang essential frontliners tulad ng mga sumusunod. Mga nagtatrabaho sa pribadong sektor na nasa labas ng kanilang mga tahanan. Mga nagtatrabaho sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno, GOCCs at local government units. Mga nagtatrabaho sa mga informal na sektor sa labas ng kanilang mga tahanan. At mga nagtatrabaho sa mga pribadong tahanan. Kaya kung ikaw ay kabilang sa grupong ito, tumawag o makipag-ugnayan sa inyong LGU at sa inyong kumpanya upang malaman ang mga detalye tungkol sa inyong vaccination program, katulad ng petsa, oras at lugar kung saan ka magpapabakuna. Humingi ng medical clearance sa inyong doktor kung ikaw ay may autoimmune disease, HIV, cancer, malignancy, dumaan sa organ transplant, kasalukuyang dumadaan sa steroid treatment o nakaratay sa higaan. Huwag kalimutan ang iyong proof of eligibility o mga dokumentong nagpapatunay na ikaw ay kasama sa priority group na ito. Huwag din kalimutang dalhin ang iyong government ID, pati na ang face mask, face shield, sanitizer at ballpen bago ang iyong vaccination. At paalala, pagkatapos ng pagbabakuna, huwag mag-atubiling magtanong na makaragdagang impormasyon tungkol sa bakuna na ginamit sa iyo. Hingin at itago ang contact information ng personnel na tatawagan kung sakaling ikaw ay makaramdam ng seryosong side effects. Huwag rin kalimutan ang vaccination card at alamin ang petsa ng iyong second dose ng pagbabakuna. Higit sa lahat, ugaliin pa ring sundin ang minimum public health standards tulad ng wastong paghuhugas ng kamay, pagpapanatili ng safe physical distancing, at pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield. Ano pang hinihintay mo? Tara na sa Vida Vaccination!
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Ben, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Ni hao, konnichiwa, annyeonghaseyo. Or should I say, hello everyone, good afternoon, especially to all grade 8 students. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTZ Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am Sir Michael Garcia, your teacher broadcaster for Music Grade 8, live broadcasting at Victoria, Tarlac. Join me as we learn together in this 25 minutes of meaningful discussion. I just want to tell some gentle reminders. Make sure that you are in the most comfortable place while tuning into our live stream, television, and radio station. Also, make sure that you have a copy of your learning module and learning activity sheet in grade 8 music for second quarter to better understand our lesson for today. Today is the first day of second quarter Music 8, another chapter to begin, appreciate, and explore music and the different countries of Asia. As we go back in quarter one, you learned and enjoyed the music of Southeast Asia and even familiarized the basic concepts and principles of musical elements, pitch, timbre, tempo, genre, and time signature that are commonly presented on their songs and instrumental pieces. You also learned that their music has a great influence on the history and culture, which some of their ceremonies are connected to their beliefs, state, and community affairs. In addition, music is important to the lives of Southeast Asian people. Since we are done discussing Southeast Asian music during first quarter, we will now travel to the different countries of Asia, China, Japan, and Korea. Students, let us now study and appreciate the vocal and instrumental music of East Asian countries. As we are about to begin the discussion, get yourself learning module, a learning activity sheet with a clean sheet of paper and ballpen. Now that you are ready, let's get started. Remember, your learning task for today, at the end of the lesson, you should be able to listen perceptibly and perform music from East Asia. Let's have first our short pretest to assess what you have already know about the lesson for today. With your paper and pen, carefully read the statement and choose the correct answer on the box. Write your answer, or you may comment your answer on the comment section on our RTV Tarlac FB Live. Item number 1. The founder of Chinese music mythology, who at the request of the Yellow Emperor Huangdi created a system of music that is made of bamboo pipes which are tuned to the sounds of birds including the phoenix. Is it Confucius, Wusheng, Linglun, Simple, Moliwa, or Tempo? If your answer is Linglun, you are correct. Item number 2. As he thought, beautiful and appropriate music is meant to promote social tranquility. Is it Confucius, Wusheng, Linglun, Simple, Moliwa, or Tempo? If your answer is Confucius, you are correct. Item number 3. The Chinese musical scale or pentatonic scale. Is it Confucius, Wusheng, Linglun, Simple, Moliwa, or Tempo? If your answer is Wusheng, you are correct. Item number 4. Ancient Chinese pentatonic scale lends to make blank harmonies, but perhaps to maintain the Confucian norms of simplicity. Is it Confucius, Wusheng, Linglun, Simple, Moliwa, or Tempo? If your answer is Simple, you are correct. And item number 5, one of the first Chinese folk songs to become popular abroad. Is it Confucius, Wusheng, Linglun, Simple, Moliwa, or Tempo? If your answer is Moliwa, you are correct. What is your score in this activity? If you got all the correct answers, very good. You are at advantage for this lesson. If you did not get them all correctly, do not worry because this episode will help you learn more. Let's begin the discussion. East Asian countries are also rich in music. They love to play music as we do. Traditional music is part and parcel of any culture. Traditions and culture differ from one country to another, and so, of course, thus the music. East Asian countries has 3 general characteristics. The first is linearity, which emphasizes the melody. Harmonies are very rare, and when used at all, aren't part of the tension or release of the music. The second is transparency, which focuses on the individual instruments. No matter how big the orchestra is, each instrument has an individual role and is meant to be heard playing its melody. The third is word orientation, which just means a very low of abstraction in music. Traditional Asian music has a title or lyrics, and that is exactly what the piece is about. So with that, let's start with the vocal music of China. China has a long and influential musical tradition based on the philosophy and culture of ancient China. Confucius and Confucian school after him supported the correct use and form of music according to their sociological and cosmological conceptions. So, to appreciate the music, it helps to understand their ideals of music and their purpose. According to legends, the founder of music in Chinese mythology was Ling Lun, who at the request of the Yellow Emperor Huangdi created a system of music that is made of bamboo pipes which are tuned to the sounds of birds including the phoenix. In this way, he invented the 5 notes of the ancient Chinese 5-tone scale or pentatonic scale: gong, shang, yao, ji, and yu, also called wusheng, which is equivalent to 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 in numbered musical notation, do, re, mi, so, and la in Western solfeggio. Presented on the screen is the Chinese tonal scale and Western solfeggio. The gong, shang, yao, ji, and yu of Chinese tonal scale or wusheng is the do, re, mi, so, la in Western solfeggio. Traditional Chinese music isn't meant to be dance or move that would tend to orient people toward bodily sensual and sexual drives. As Confucius thought, beautiful and appropriate music is meant to promote social tranquility or social peace and harmony. Most of the traditional music of the elites use the ancient Chinese pentatonic scale. This scale lends to make simple harmonies, but perhaps to maintain the Confucian norms of simplicity. If music is part of an official ceremonial function, the music is meant to regulate the behavior of the people so that they perform the ritual appropriately and obey authority. In accord with Confucius' idea of music being smoothly continuous, traditional music generally doesn't have sharp breaks in tempo. However, instead of regular tempo throughout, many pieces feature a regular but smoothly accelerating tempo. The tempo slowly increases towards a finale at the end. This connotes a river gaining speed as it cascades downwards, and this is often the rhythmic feature of traditional Chinese music. Over the centuries, 3 main styles of classical performances were developed that you can enjoy while on your trip to China. The 3 general kinds of traditional music that people are most likely to hear nowadays are Chinese opera music meant for theatrical performances, ensemble or orchestra music for cultured audiences, and solo instrumental performance. Let's proceed to the famous folk songs of China. First, the folk song Jasmine Flower or Moliwa was composed during the Qing Dynasty, AD 1616 to 1912, and was one of the first Chinese songs to become popular abroad. The song's tune entertains 3 phrases and depicts the purity of love between young people by highlighting the beauty of jasmine flowers. The jasmine flower song can be found throughout China, and there are many regional variations. The origin of the song was considered a myth until 2 Yangtze scholars, Zhu Shangsheng and Ni Feng, published an academic article in 2000 detailing the history between the folk song and the Yangzhou Diri, an old-fashioned type of folk music. The cultural value and popularity of jasmine flower make it a symbol to showcase Oriental charms on the world stage. Giacomo Puccini, a world-renowned Italian composer, used the song in his opera Turandot, which tells the story of a beautiful and cold Chinese princess from the Yuan dynasty. The inclusion of the song in the Italian opera's debut in 1926 helped propel it to the global fame. Presented on the screen is a musical notation of the Chinese folk song Moliwa. This folk song has many variations in China. Originally, the composition is in 4/4 time signature, but today we will use the song in cut time or 2/2 time signature, and it's in the key of C major. Let us listen to the melody of this Chinese folk song Moliwa. Now, before we sing Moliwa, let us read first the lyrics. Moliwa, how yi do me, li de mo liwa. How yi do me, li de mo liwa. Fan fang me, li man jia, yu shang yu bai ren ren kwa. Rang wo lai, jiang ni shai sha, song ge bie, ren jia, mo liwa ya mo liwa. In English translation, Moliwa, what a beautiful jasmine flower, what a beautiful jasmine flower. Sweet smelling, beautiful stems full of buds, fragrant and white, everyone praises. Let me pluck you down, give to someone's family. Jasmine flower, oh jasmine flower. Now, I will sing first the famous Chinese folk song Moliwa twice. Afterwards, we will sing all together. Idomeli de Moliwa, how idomeli de Moliwa, fen pang mei manjia, yu shang yu bai ren ren kwa, na wo lai zhang ni zai sha. Song ge bie ren da, Moliwa ya Moliwa. All together, let us sing the Moliwa. How yi do mei li de Moliwa, how yi do mei li de Moliwa. Fen pang mei li man jia, yu shang yu bai ren ren kwa. Rang wo lai zhang ni zai sha, song ge bie ren da, Moliwa ya Moliwa. Great job, student! Do you want more? Alright. Let's proceed to the next Chinese folk song. The traditional Chinese folk song, Ai HENYO, is used as a blessing for a bountiful harvest and a good year. Presented on the screen is the musical notation of the Chinese folk song, Ai HENYO. The folk song is in 4/4 time signature and it's in the key of D major. Let us listen to the melody of Chinese folk song, Ai HENYO. Before we sing Ay Hayo, let us read first the lyrics. Ay Hayo, Ay Hayo, Ay Hayo Hayo, when he tai yang dai ta di, sin yan an yi jing dao. Jia jia sin fu nong tian, hao shou chong. An English translation, Ay Hayo, Ay Hayo, Ay Hayo Hayo, warm sun shining on the earth. The new year has been birthed. Now, we wish you cheer and to have a good year. Now, I will sing first the Chinese folk song Ay Hayo in a cappella. Afterwards, we will sing all together. Ay Hayo, Ay Hayo, Ay Hayo Hayo. Ay Hayo, Ay Hayo, Ay Hayo Hayo. When he tai ang dao ta li, sin yan an yi jing dao, jia jia sin fu nong, chan hao shou zhong. All together. Ay hayong, ay hayong, ay hayo hayo. Ay hayo, ay hayo, ay hayo hayo. When he tai ang dao ta di, sin yan an yi jing dao, jia jia sin fu nong, chan hao shu zhong. Great job, students! You really sang well. And that concludes our discussion about the vocal music of China. Now let us generalize the lesson. The founder of music in Chinese mythology was Ling Lun. Chinese five-tone scale or pentatonic scale is also called Wu Sheng. Chinese musical scale Chinese music scale lends to make simple harmonies and generally doesn't have sharp breaks in tempo. Three kinds of traditional Chinese music. 1. Chinese opera music for theatrical performances. 2. Ensemble or orchestra music for cultured audiences. And 3. Solo instrumental performance. Moliwa or jasmine flower was one of the first Chinese folk songs to become popular abroad. Giacomo Puccini, a world-renowned Italian composer, used the song in his opera Turandot, which tells the story of a beautiful and cold Chinese princess from Yuan dynasty. And Ai Hayo is a traditional Chinese folk song used as a blessing for a bountiful harvest and a good year. Now, I want you to pay attention to the first activity in the learning activity sheet and get ready with your pen because I will assess your learning based on our lesson today. Directions. Read the statements carefully and fill in the missing words with letters. Write your answers on the space provided. Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. Under Chinese music, item number 1, as Confucius thought, beautiful and appropriate music is meant to promote blank. Write the missing letters. Item number 2. Most of the traditional music of the elites use the ancient Chinese blank. Write the missing letters. Item number 3. In accord with Confucius' idea, music being blank, traditional music generally doesn't have sharp breaks in tempo. Write the missing letters. Item number 4. The blanks slowly increase towards the finale at the end. Write the missing letters. Item number 5. Blank music meant for theatrical performances. Write the missing letters. Under famous folk song, item number 1, the folk song Blank or Moliwa was one of the first Chinese songs to become popular abroad. Write the missing letters. Item number 2. The song's tune entertains 3 phrases and depicts the blank between young people by highlighting the beauty of the flower. Write the missing letters. Item number 3, the cultural value and popularity of jasmine flower make it a symbol to showcase blank on the world stage. Write the missing letters. Item number 4, Giacomo Puccini, a world-renowned Italian composer, used the song in his opera Blank. Write the missing letters. Item number 5, Blank is a traditional Chinese song of a beautifully gentle and lyrical melody. Write the missing letters. Now we will check your answer. Under Chinese music, item number 1, as Confucius thought, beautiful and appropriate music is meant to promote social tranquility. Item number 2, most of the traditional music of the elites use the ancient Chinese pentatonic scale. Item number 3, in accord with the Confucius idea of music being smoothly continuous, traditional music generally doesn't have sharp breaks in tempo. Item number 4, the tempo slowly increases towards a finale at the end. Item number 5, Chinese opera music meant for theatrical performances. And under famous folk song item number 1, the folk song Jasmine Flower or Moliwa was one of the first Chinese songs to become popular abroad. And item number 2, the song's tune entertains 3 phrases and depicts the purity of love between young people by highlighting the beauty of the flower. And item number 3, the cultural value of popularity of jasmine flower make it a symbol to showcase oriental charms on the world stage. Item number 4, Giacomo Puccini, a world-renowned Italian composer, used the song in his opera Turandot. Item number 5, Moliwa, is a traditional Chinese song of a beautifully gentle and lyrical melody. I know that you did great in your short activity. And before we end this episode, let me remind you about your performance task in Music 8. Directions: choose one from the vocal music of China and prepare a short video presentation of your singing performance and send a soft copy of your performance to your MAPI teacher. For the rubrics of your performance, we have timbre, pitch, rhythm, accuracy, and expression. Dear grade 8 learners, if you have questions and clarifications in our lesson, you can send your questions on my Facebook Messenger. Just search Michael Carunya Garcia, or you may ask your MAPI teacher. For now, please like and share our Facebook page and watch us live on Facebook RTV Tarlac Channel 26. 25 minutes of appreciating the vocal music of China has been concluded. I hope you learned a lot today. I hope all of you had a great time and enjoyed our lesson. That's all for today. Once again, I am Sir Michael C. Garcia, your music grade 8 anchor teacher. Until next time, happy listening and have a great day. See you again on the 3rd quarter. Always take care and God bless.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, Radyo Pilipino, sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santo, DXOC 1494 Ozami, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya. Nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam. We are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Hello, grade 9 learners! Welcome to another journey of learning. This is Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. We are also broadcasting live at Converge Cable Channel 100. I am Ma'am Sara May HENYO, broadcasting live here in San Jose, Tarlac. And it is my pleasure to be with you in this exciting learning journey in English 9. Be prepared to an exciting way of learning even at the comfort of your homes. Make sure you are seated comfortably, geared with your paper, pen, learning activity sheet, and of course, with a ready mind. At this point, get your printed learning activity sheet in English 9. Today, we will discuss about making connections between text to particular social issues, concerns, or dispositions in life. At the end of this lesson, you are expected to identify the 3 types of connections and to make connections between text to particular social issues, concerns, or dispositions in life. In this episode, we will go through 4 activities. Activity 1, let us begin. Activity 2, let us take note. Activity 3, let us apply. And for your post-viewing and listening task, we have Activity 4, let us strengthen. Before we proceed with today's lesson, let's have Activity 1, let us begin. Read the directions with me. Read the first stanza of the poem If by Rudyard Kipling. Choose one among the emoticons flashed on screen to reflect your feelings after reading it. Then, explain the reason behind your chosen emoticon. Are you ready? Let us begin. Let us now read the first stanza of the poem If by Rudyard Kipling. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies. Or being hated, don't give way to hating. And yet, don't look too good, nor talk too wise. The persona in the first stanza tells the readers to exercise the act of self-control and self-restraint, the power of patience and self-confidence, and the art and beauty of waiting, and not to hate other people, and not to lie to other people. Now, how did you feel after reading the poem with me? Choose one among the flash emoticons to express your feelings about it. You may type your answers in the comment section. Maybe some of you chose a happy face or the heart emoticon because you felt happy or glad. Others answered the sad face because it reminded you of something that makes you sad. Or maybe you chose the thumbs up sign because you agree to the message of the poem. You felt those emotions because you somehow relate to the message of the stanza that we just had. Activity 1 is related to our topic for today, and it's all about making connections between text to particular social issues, concerns, or dispositions in life. Reading comprehension is a vital skill to improve communication skills. One relevant skill that you must learn is making connections. How you are able to relate yourself to the materials you are exposed to affects your understanding of their contents, meanings, and themes. Now, let us try to unlock and discover the important notes about our topic for today by accomplishing Activity 2, let us take note. Read the directions with me. Read the following statements carefully to identify whether the statements are true or false. Put a happy face if the statement is true and a sad face if the statement is false. Are you excited? Let us begin. For item 1, there are 3 types of connections for the readers to comprehend text better. You have 5 seconds to answer. Is it a happy face or a sad face? For our item 1, if your answer is a happy face, you are right. This statement is true. There are 3 types of connections. First, we have text-to-self connections. Second, text-to-text connections. And third, text-to-world connections. Now, let's move on to item 2. For item 2, text-to-self connections are personal connections that the reader makes between himself and the selection he is dealing with. Choose between a happy face and a sad face. You have 5 seconds. For item 2, if your answer is a happy face, you got it right. In text-to-self connections, the reader makes personal connections between himself and the material he is reading. The reader's previous personal experiences, opinions, and emotions are somewhat similar to what he is reading. To help you in making text-to-self connections between yourself and the material, you may ask yourself of the following questions. What does this remind me of in my life? How is this similar to my life? How is this different from my life? Another is, has something like this happened to me? And how does this relate to my life? That's it for text-to-self connections. Let's proceed to item 3. In the lines, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters just the same. Triumph means success and disaster means failure. You have 5 seconds. Alright, if you commented a happy face, you are correct. Now, try to make connections between yourself and these particular lines. Let's read the second stanza of the poem, If. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools. In this stanza, it tells the reader that if he achieves success or experiences failure, he should treat them equally. He neither should dwell in success if he achieves it, and nor should he let himself collapse if he faces failure. Now, try to make connections between yourself and these lines of the second stanza. Ask yourself the questions, how does this remind me of in my life? Or, how is this similar to my life? Maybe some of you would answer, I can relate to these lines because this is just like me. If I experience failure, I consider it as a lesson in life. And I never give up. That is text-to-self connections. You always try to relate yourself and your experiences to the material you are dealing with. Now, let's have our item 4. Are you ready? For item 4, text-to-text connections are connections where a reader relates one material to another that is not related to the text at hand. Should it be a happy face or a sad face? Comment your answers. Alright, if you commented the sad face, you are correct. This is a false statement because text-to-text connections are connections where a reader relates one material to another that he already read or already come across with. Text might be from a similar author, same theme or topic, same genre, and the like. To help you make connections between the text you are reading and another material you read before, the following questions can be asked. What does this remind me of in another book I've read? How is this text similar to the other things I have read? How is this different from other books I've read? And have I read about something like this before? That is all about text-to-text connections. Now, let's have item 5. Be ready! For item 5, the lines, and so hold on when there is nothing in you, except the will which says to them, hold on. Demonstrate the art of letting go and giving up. A happy face or a sad face? Comment your answers. Great! If your answer is a sad face, you are right. This is a false statement because these lines from the third stanza of the poem If are not about letting go or giving up. These lines are about perseverance and the courage to start again. Later on, let's try to make text-to-text connections. But before that, let's first read the third stanza of the poem If. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and twist it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breath a word about your lost. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you, except the will which says to them, hold on. These lines from the third stanza tell the reader that he should start trying again after failure and must not give up. He should stay strong to move forward in life despite the obstacles along the way. Now, try to make connections between a text or any reading material that you already read to these particular lines of the poem. You may ask the questions we discussed a while ago. Can you think of any material that you already come across with, which is somehow related to these lines of the poem? Alright, I'll give you an example. These lines, or the whole poem itself, are somehow related to the Analects by Confucius. Why? Because If by Rudyard Kipling and the Analects by Confucius are somewhat similar to each other, especially in terms of theme. These two readings are all about morality and the way to be a worthy human being. These are all about lessons on how to handle pain, joy, failure, and success. That is text-to-text connections. Can you name other reading materials which are somehow related to this poem? Very good. I know you have more great answers. Now, let's move on to item 6. For item 6, text-to-world connections are greater connections that the reader brings to a reading situation, including real-life issues and our perception of the world. Is this an item a happy face or a sad face? Very good. If your answer is a happy face, that is correct. In text-to-world connections, the reader is making a connection between what the material he is reading and the current issues and happenings of the world because we have various sources of learning things beyond personal experiences like television, radio, magazines, movies, and others. To make text-to-world connections, the following questions can be asked. What does this remind me of in the real world? How is this text similar to things happening in real world? How is this different from things happening in real world? Or, how does this part relate to the world around me? That is all about text-to-world connections. Now, let's have our last item. Are you ready? For item 7, the lines, if you can feel the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance from. Yours is the earth and everything that's in it. Mean to seize every moment of your life. Is this item a happy face or a sad face? Comment down below. Very good. If your answer is a happy face, that is correct. Now, try to make connections between these particular lines to the issues or reality of the world. Let's read the fourth stanza of the poem, If. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch. If neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much. If you can feel the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run. Yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son. In these lines of the last stanza of the poem, it tells the reader to cherish every moment of life. It asks the reader to make good use of his time, and if he acts upon the given advice, the world and everything herein will belong to him. Now, try to make connections between these lines of the last stanza to the reality of the world. You may ask the questions we discussed a while ago. Alright, these lines or the whole poem itself reflects reality of life. In this world, life is so short, time flies so fast, and change is inevitable. Especially, we have been experiencing a pandemic brought by COVID-19. We must always cherish our lives and live it to the fullest. The poem provides traditional advice to live with good character, dignity, and integrity. That is all about text-to-world connections. Congratulations! Always remember that we have three types of connections, which are text-to-self, text-to-text, and text-to-world connections. Now that we are done with the lesson, it's time to check what you have learned. Make sure to apply all the concepts that we learn in our discussion. Let's put your learnings into action by accomplishing the following activities. You can do it! Ready? Go to Activity 3 entitled Let Us Apply on Your Learning Activity Sheets. Read the directions with me. Read each item carefully, choose the letter of the correct answer, and write your answers on the space provided before each number. Number 1. Which of the following statements is not true about making text connections? A. In text-to-self connections, the reader's emotions are somewhat similar to the ones present in the material. B. In text-to-text connections, the text might be from a similar author, same theme, or same topic, same genre, and the like. C. The question, how is this text similar to the things happening in real world, can be asked when applying text-to-self connections. Or letter D. Text-to-world connections are the greater connections that a reader brings to a reading situation, including real-life issues and our perception of the world. I'll give you 5 seconds to answer. If your answer is letter C, you are correct because the question, how is this text similar to the things happening in real world, can be asked when applying text-to-world connections and not text-to-self connections. Next item, number 2. Based on the following lines, what is your conclusion about the speaker's values? If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies. A. The speaker values curiosity and creativity. B. The speaker values patience and honesty. C. The speaker values good looks and political debates. And letter D. The speaker values the opinions of other people. What is the answer? If your answer is letter B, you are correct. In these lines of the first stanza of the poem, the speaker values patience and honesty. Item number 3. What is the meaning of the line, if you can make one heap of all your winnings, and visit on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings? A. When you take a risk and lose everything, start over. B. Don't be a sore loser. C. Share your award with someone who lost in the game. Or letter D. You should avoid games for you not to be a loser. What is the answer? Alright, the correct answer is letter A. When you take a risk and lose everything, start over is the meaning of the said lines. And let's move on to our fourth and fifth items. For our fourth and fifth items, we'll have the short poem Fragile Egg by Jim. Let's read it all together. Later on, you'll answer questions about it. Fragile Egg by Jim. Fragile egg the world has cracked. For oil and gas we've all been fracked. Gentle fixes won't get it done. Ice melts, water bleeds, nowhere to run from warming sun. Now, for number 4, what is the main concern being conveyed in the short poem? A. Calamity. B. Pollution. C. Deforestation. Or letter D. Global warming. What is the answer? Alright, the correct answer is letter D. Global warming. From the lines, ice melts, water bleeds, nowhere to run from warming sun. We could tell that this is all about changes in the environment brought by global warming. And let's have the last item. Are you ready? Number 5. What does the speaker desire to emphasize in the poem? A. The earth is no longer prone to extinction, for damage can be fixed easily. B. The species are not affected by the melting of ice and the warming of sun. C. All the species have somewhere to run aside from the earth. And letter D. The increase of Earth's average temperature and the damage of the resources are mainly due to humans' harmful activities. What is the answer? Alright, if your answer is letter D, you are correct. The persona in the poem wants to emphasize that the increase of the Earth's average temperature and the damage of the resources are mainly due to the humans' harmful activities. Congratulations! It's really a job well done. You properly applied what you learned from our discussion. Another chapter in this learning journey has been unlocked. Now, apply what you've learned through more complex yet interesting tasks. For activity 4, let us strengthen. I'll give you an activity that you'll accomplish after watching and listening to this episode. Apply your learnings to accomplish your task. Are you ready? For your activity 4, let us strengthen. Let's read the directions together. Read the poem How Do I Love Thee? Or the Sonnet 43 by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Make connections between the text to particular social issues, concerns, or dispositions in real life. Accomplish this by writing an essay. Choose among the 3 types of connections in writing your essay and be guided by the provided rubrics in your learning activity sheets. Now, this is the poem How Do I Love Thee? Or the Sonnet 43 by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. This is also included in the last part of your learning activity sheets. Indeed, you've done a great job today, grade 9 learners. I hope that you'll be able to apply what you learned in this episode. Like Vincent van Gogh said, what is done in love is done well. So love life and cherish every moment of it. Always serving you with fun ways of learning, together with Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. This is Ma'am Sara May Henyo. It has always been a great time learning with you.
which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radyo Pilipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gakutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Alam niyo ba na ang kinikilalang Guinness Book of World Records holder bilang pinakamaliit na commercially harvested fish ay isang sinarapan? Ito ay matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas, sa Lake Buhi sa Bicol River. Isa itong uri ng goby na may transparent na katawan na may sukat na 12.5 mm. Alam mo na, yan ang sinarapan.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Puro Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
I'm back! This is Sir Z, your teacher broadcaster.
Magandang araw mga kapantas!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Isang malusog at ligtas na hapon, mga kabataang TarlakHenyo. Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo, mga ginigiliw kong grade 9 eco learners? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan 9, Ginoong Harold G. Giam, upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin na konsepto ng demand at batas ng demand. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, narito ang iilan sa ating mga paalaala. Siguraduhin nasa maayos kayong lugar at komportable. at napapanood at napapakinggan ang ating live broadcast. Matanong ko lang, kumain at nagmerienda na ba kayo? Mabuti naman, dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang inyong mga tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa araw na ito. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong module sa Araling Panlipunan para sa unang linggo ng ikalawang markahan. Ang ating paksang aralin ay patungkol sa konsepto ng demand at batas ng demand. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw na ito, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging aralin noong nakaraang linggo. Matanong ko lang, natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Magaling! Ating tinalakay ang karapatan at tungkulin ng mamimili. Maari ba ninyong tukuyin ang mga ito? Mahusay! Mayroon tayong 8 karapatan ng mamimili at mayroon naman tayong 5 tungkulin ng mga mamimili. Isa-isahin natin ang karapatan ng mga mamimili. Una, karapatan na magkaroon ng pangunahing pangangailangan. Ikalawa, karapatan sa kaligtasan. Ikatlo, karapatan sa patalastasan. Ikaapat, karapatan sa pagpili. Ikalima, karapatang dinggin. Ika-6, karapatang bayaran at tumbasan ang anumang kapinsalaan. Ika-7, karapatan sa pagtuturo tungkol sa pagiging matalinong mamimili. At ika-8, karapatan sa malinis na kapaligiran. Yun ang 8 karapatan ng mamimili na tinalakay noong nakaraang linggo. Mula naman sa tungkulin ng mga mamimili, meron tayong mapanuring kamalayan, pagkilos, pagmamalasakit na panlipunan, kamalayan sa kapaligiran, at pagkakaisa. Ang kagawaran ng kalakalan at industriya o ang tinatawag nating Department of Trade and Industry, ang ahensya ng pamahalaan na siyang inatasan upang itaguyod ang mga karapatan at tungkulin ng mga mamimili. Tungkulin din nitong palawigin ang kalakalan at industriya ng bansa sa pamamagitan ng paglikha ng mga bagong hanap buhay at magbigay kita sa mga Pilipino. At ngayon, sa palagay ko ay handa ka na sa ating bagong paksa para sa araw na ito. Inaasahan na sa pagtatapos ng aralin na ito ay inyong maipaliliwanag ang konsepto ng demand at batas ng demand. Di ba mga grade 9 eco learners, napaka-interesting ng ating paksa para sa araw na ito. Sa lahat ng mga magulang at mga mag-aaral sa ika-9 na baitang na nakikinig sa ating broadcast, kung kayo ay may katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking Facebook Messenger, Harold G. Giam, tumawag o mag-text sa numerong ito, 0917-770-8476. Ulitin ko, ang numerong maaari niyong tawagan ay 0917-770-8476 at ang aking Facebook ay Harold Giam. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksang aralin, ating subukin ang inyong paunang kaalaman sa ating paksa. Ihanda ang inyong papel at ballpen at piliin ang pinakaangkop na sagot sa aking mga katanungan. Handa ka na ba? Magaling, alam ko na lagi kayong ready. Unang tanong, ano ang tawag sa batayan sa pagpapasya kung gaano karaming produkto o paglilingkod ang bibilhin? Letter A, batas ng negosyo. Letter B, batas ng demand. Letter C, batas ng konsumerismo. O letter D, batas ng pangangailangan. Ang tamang sagot ay Magaling. Letter B, batas ng demand. Ikalawang tanong, ano ang tawag sa dami ng kalakal na handang bilhin ng mga mamimili sa isang takdang panahon? Letter A, timbang. Letter B, supply. Letter C, demand. O letter D, budget. Kung ang inyong sagot ay letter C, magaling. Tama ang inyong sagot. Ikatlong tanong, ano ang tawag sa mekanismo kung saan nagtatagpo ang nagbibenta at namimili upang magkaroon ng bentahan? Letter A, pamilihan. Letter B, sanglaan. Letter C, lansangan. O letter D, pasyalan. Ang tamang sagot ay tumpak. Letter A, pamilihan. Dumako tayo sa ika-4 na tanong. Saan pinoproseso ang mga produkto upang maipagbili ng mga negosyante? Letter A, bahay kalakal. Letter B, tindahan. Letter C, bodega. O letter D, daungan. Tignan pa ang inyong mga sagot. Letter, okay, magaling. Letter A, bahay kalakal. Ikalimang tanong, simula nang magsagawa ng community quarantine sa probinsya ng Tarlac dahil sa pandemikong COVID-19, alin sa mga sumusunod na produkto ang naging mababa ang demand kumpara sa kasabay sa panahong wala pang pandemiko? Ito ba ay letter A, alcohol? Letter B, vitamina? Letter C, face mask? O letter D, milk tea? Alam ko, alam na alam nyo to. Ang tamang sagot ay letter D, milk tea. Ilan ang inyong mga score? Huwag mag-alala, yung mga hindi naka-perfect score dahil may tsansa pa kayong bumawi sa susunod. Samantala, tayo nang magsimula sa ating talakayan. Naitanong mo na ba sa iyong sarili kung paano mo matutugunan ang mga pangangailangan mo? Saan mo kaya makukuha ang mga ito? Sa puntong ito, mahalagang pag-usapan ang 4 na pangunahing katanungang pang-ekonomiko. Una, ano-ano ang produktong ipoproduce? Ikalawa, gaano karami ang ipoproduce o lilikhain? Ikatlo, paano ito ipoproduce? At ika-4, para kanino ito ipoproduce? Ang mga katanungang ito o ang mga katanungang pang-ekonomikong ito ang pinagmulan kung bakit may konsepto tayong tinatawag na demand. Ang demand ay tumutukoy sa dami ng produkto at serbisyo na nais bilhin sa isang takdang presyo at lugar. May demand ang isang produkto at paglilingkod kapag nakapagbibigay ito ng kasiyahan o nakatutugon sa isang pangangailangan. Ang mga binibili natin tulad ng pagkain, damit, mga personal na gamit gaya ng cellphone at iba pang gadget ay mga halimbawa ng demand. Napakahalagang batayan sa pagpili o sa pagbili ng isang pangangailangan ang presyo. Bumibili tayo depende sa kakayahan natin o sa budget na mayroon tayo. Kaya napakahalaga na matutunan natin ang wastong pagbabudget upang matugunan natin ang pang-araw-araw na demand para sa mga pangangailangan natin. Pagkatapos sa konsepto ng demand, dumako naman tayo kung ano ba ang tinatawag natin na konsepto sa batas ng demand. Isinasaad ng batas ng demand na magkasalungat o inverse na ugnayan ang presyo sa quantity demanded ng isang produkto. Sabi nga dito, sa batas ng demand, kapag tumaas ang presyo, bumababa ang dami ng gusto at kayang bilhin, at kapag bumaba ang presyo, tataas naman ang dami ng gusto at kayang bilhin o ang tinatawag natin na ceteris paribus. Ang ibig sabihin ng ceteris paribus ay ipinagpapalagay na ang presyo lamang ang salik na nakaaapekto sa pagbabago ng quantity demanded, habang ang ibang salik ay hindi nagbabago o nakakaapekto rito. Ayon pa sa batas ng demand, kapag kayo ng iyong pamilya ay magdedesisyon na bumili ng isang produkto o serbisyo, ang presyo ang inyong pangunahing pinagbabatayan. Sa bawat pagbili mo sa tindahan, itinatanong mo muna ang presyo bago ka magdesisyon kung ilan ang iyong bibilhin. 'Di ba? Sa bawat pagbili natin, lagi nating tinatanong, or pag namimili tayo sa mga malls o pag namamasyal tayo, ang unang-unang lagi nating tinitignan at ang unang laging tinatanong natin ay ang presyo. Magkano ba ang produkto o magkano ba ang produkto na kanilang ibinibenta? So ayan, natalakay natin ang konsepto ng demand at batas ng demand. Dito na muna nagtatapos ang ating talakayan patungkol sa konsepto ng demand at batas ng demand. Pero para makasiguro ako na kayo ay talagang nakinig at naunawaan ang ating talakayan, ay magkakaroon tayo ng maikling gawain. Ihanda ang inyong ballpen at sagutang papel. Para sa panuto, piliin ang pinakatamang sagot at isulat sa iyong sagutang papel. Sa mga nanonood naman sa ating Facebook Live, ilagay niyo lamang sa comment section ang inyong mga kasagutan. At makikita natin kung talagang nakuha ninyo ang mga konsepto ng demand at batas ng demand. Una, ang batayan sa pagpapasya kung gaano karaming produkto o paglilingkod ang bibilhin ay tinatawag na batas ng negosyo, batas ng demand, batas ng konsumerismo, batas ng pangangailangan. Uulitin ko, letter A, batas ng negosyo, letter B, batas ng demand, letter C, batas ng konsumerismo, at letter D, batas ng pangangailangan. Number 2, sa panahon ngayon ng pandemya, ito ang paraan upang makatulong ang mga mamamayan upang hindi na maghintay ng tulong sa gobyerno. Letter A, manatili sa ating sariling tahanan. Letter B, maghintay ng ayuda galing sa gobyerno. Letter C, magtanim ng mga gulay at iba pang masustansyang pagkain. Letter D, maghintay ng tamang panahon upang makabalik sa trabaho. Ulitin ko, letter A, manatili sa sariling tahanan. Letter B, maghintay ng ayuda galing sa gobyerno. Letter C, magtanim ng mga gulay at iba pang masustansyang pagkain. At letter D, maghintay ng tamang panahon upang makabalik sa trabaho. Ikatlong tanong. Sa economics, sila ang may tungkuling pag-aralan kung paano matutugunan ang walang katapusang pangangailangan ng tao. Ito ba'y letter A, pamahalaan? Letter B, mamimili? Letter C, producer? Letter D, consumer? Uulitin ko. Letter A, pamahalaan. Letter B, mamimili. Letter C, producer. At letter D, consumer. Mukhang nag-enjoy ata ang ating mga grade 9 eco learners sa pagsagot nila sa aking mga katanungan. Dumako tayo sa ika-4 na tanong. Ang dami ng kalakal na handang bilhin ng mga mamimili sa isang takdang panahon at tiyak na lugar ay Letter A, timbang. Letter B, supply. Letter C, demand. At letter D, budget. Uulitin ko. Letter A, timbang. Letter B, supply. Letter C, demand. At letter D, budget. At pinakahuling tanong, number 5, isang mekanismo kung saan nagtatagpo ang nagbibenta at namimili upang magkaroon ng bentahan ay ang letter A, pamilihan. Letter B, sanglaan. Letter C, lansangan. O letter D, pasyalan. Ngayon ay atin nang iwasto ang inyong mga kasagutan. Tignan nga natin. Para sa number 1, ang tamang sagot ay letter B, batas ng demand. Ito ang pagpapasya kung gaano karaming produkto o paglilingkod ang bibilhin. Para naman sa number 2, letter C. Tama, magtanim na lamang ng mga gulay at iba pang masustansyang pagkain habang naghihintay tayo ng tulong na manggagaling sa ating gobyerno. Number 3, letter C, producer. Tungkulin nila na pag-aralan at tugunan ang walang katapusang pangangailangan ng tao. Para naman sa number 4, letter C, tama, demand. Ito ang dami ng kalakal na handang bilhin ng mga mamimili sa isang takdang panahon at tiyak na lugar. At para sa number 5, letter A, pamilihan. Ito ang lugar kung saan nagtatagpo ang nagbibenta at mamimili o namimili. Ilan ang nakuha ninyong score? 5, 4, 3. Magaling! Masaya ako dahil sa inyong masigasig na pag-aaral. Bibigyan ko muna kayo ng refleksyon para sa ating talakayan. At bago doon, tignan muna natin kung ano pa ang inyong mga kakayahan sa inyong pagsagot. Para sa ating sa susunod na talakayan ay ating susuriin ang demand schedule, demand curve, at demand function. Ngunit bago yon, sagutin ang gawain sa pahina 13 ng inyong module na may pamagat na demand reading. Ang panuto ay kopyahin ang talahanayan sa isang malinis na bond paper. Lagyan ng check ang column ng sang-ayon kung naniniwala ka na tama ang pahayag ukol sa konsepto ng demand at lagyan ng X ang column ng hindi sang-ayon kung hindi ka naniniwala. Bago tayo magtapos sa ating aralin, nais ko lamang bigyan kayo ng refleksyon sa ating tinalakay. Ang demand ay tumutukoy sa dami ng produkto at serbisyo na kaya at handang bilhin ng mga mamimili sa alternatibong presyo sa isang takdang panahon. Ang presyo ay may malaking impluwensya sa pagtatakda ng demand ng mga mamimili. Ito ang pangunahing salik na nakapagpapabago ng demand ng mamimili. Ang demand ay maitatakda kung ang mamimili ay may kakayahan at kagustuhan na bilhin ang isang produkto at serbisyo. Ang batas ng demand ay isa sa mga pangunahing batayan sa pagsusuri ng demand. Ayon dito, kapag mababa ang presyo ng isang produkto, maraming mamimili ang magkakaroon ng kakayahan o nais bilhin iyon. Kapag mataas naman ang presyo, kakaunti lamang ang may kakayahan o nais bumili. Kung kaya ang presyo ng bilihin ay nakabatay sa batas ng demand. Halimbawa nito ay ang pagtaas at pagbaba ng presyo ng bigas sa palengke. Para sa ibinigay kong takdang aralin, dito naman, maaari nyong kunan ng larawan gamit ang inyong cellphone, ang inyong gawain, at isumite ito sa Facebook Messenger ng inyong guro sa AP. Sa mga wala namang access sa internet, maaring ipasa ang inyong ginawang activity sa inyong paaralan o sa barangay hall sa itatakdang pagsauli at pagkuha ng module. Isang paalala lamang, ang inyong mga magulang o guardian lamang ang maaring magtungo sa pagpasa ng mga sinagutang gawain. Sila din ay inaasahang sumunod sa ating mga health protocols gaya ng pagsuot ng face mask, face shield, paghuhugas ng kamay, at physical distancing. Inaasahan ko na kayo'y natuto sa ating talakayan para sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan 9, Ginoong Harold G. Giam, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Izrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Naalala mo ba yung ECQ, MECQ, GCQ at MGCQ? Ngayon, dalawa na lang ito, ECQ at GCQ na lamang. Sa ilalim ng GCQ, meron tayong tinatawag na COVID-19 Alert Level System. Ito ay bahagi ng pinakabagong Community Quarantine Classification kung saan may alert level system na nahahati sa 5. Ang level ay nababase sa case transmission, total bed utilization rate at ICU utilization rate ng isang syudad o munisipalidad. Ang bagong classification system ay binuo ng IATF upang mapigilan ang pagkalat ng COVID-19. Ito ay nakabase sa mga alituntunin ng 3C strategy na closed, crowded, at close contact. Ang bagong sistema ay sinusubukan pa lang sa Metro Manila gamit ang Alert Level 4. Pero ano nga ba ang mangyayari sa level na ito? Tulad ng dati, mayroon pa ring mga bawal lumabas. Ito ay ang mga taong ang edad ay mababa sa 18 taong gulang. Mga may edad na higit sa 65. Mga may immunodeficiency, comorbidities o iba pang mga health risk. At mga buntis, maliban kung lalabas sila para sa essential goods at services at kung sila ay nagtatrabaho sa mga industriya o opisina na pinapayagang mag-operate. Maaari namang lumabas ang mga authorized persons outside residence o APOR at ang mga nagtatrabaho sa mga pinapayagang opisina o establishmento. Ang intrazonal o interzonal travel ay pinahihintulutan lamang depende sa LGU ng pupuntahang lugar. Maaari namang mag-ehersisyo ang mga residente sa labas ng kanilang bahay. Kailangan lamang tiyakin na hindi sila lalabas sa kanilang barangay o mga subdivision at panatilihin ang pagsunod sa mga minimum public health standards. Sa ilalim ng Alert Level 4, hindi pinapayagan ang mga sumusunod na aktibidad na high risk for transmission. Pinapayagan pa rin namang mag-operate ang ilang essential stores tulad ng grocery at botika. Para sa mga restaurant, maaaring mag-dine-in sa alfresco o outdoor restaurants pero hanggang 30% capacity lamang. Pinapayagan naman ang indoor dine-in ng 10% capacity pero para lamang sa mga bakunado. Samantala, upang matiyak ang seguridad ng customers, kailangan maglagay pa rin ng acrylic divider sa mga lamesa, magsagawa ng regular na disinfection, at magpatupad ng tamang seating arrangement ang bawat restaurant. Tungkulin rin ng restaurant na tiyakin na ang lahat ng kanilang empleyado ay fully vaccinated. Kagaya ng ibang alert levels, 100% fully operational ang lahat ng take-out delivery services. Anumang oras ay maaaring magpatupad o magrekomenda ang LGU ng pagbabago sa kapasidad ng kada restaurant depende sa kaso ng COVID-19 sa kanilang bayan. Pinapayagan ang 10% capacity para sa mga indoor barbershop o salon, samantalang 30% capacity naman para sa mga outdoor shops. Kailangan ding tiyakin na lahat ay fully vaccinated at laging sumusunod sa minimum public health standard. Maaari pa ring magsagawa ng lamay, misa, at iba pang religious at necrological activities sa ilalim ng Alert Level 4. Tiyakin lamang na sundin ang 30% capacity para sa outdoor na pwedeng itaas hanggang 40% capacity para sa mga bakunado. Samantalang ang mga pari, pastor, imam o sino mang mag-assist sa simbahan ay kinakailangang fully vaccinated at ang mga lamay ay limitado lamang sa mga immediate family members. Patuloy ding hinihikayat ang mga kumpanya na ipatupad ang work from home arrangement. Habang nananatiling fully operational naman ang mga government agencies, ngunit papayagan lamang ito hanggang 20% on-site capacity. Tandaan, ang mga granular lockdown o alert levels ay pansamantala lamang. Laging sundin ang minimum public health standards para maiwasan ang pagkalat ng virus. Magpabakuna rin tayo kapag nabigyan ng pagkakataon. Makipagtulungan tayo sa ating pamahalaan upang magtagumpay sa ating laban sa pandemyang COVID-19. Stay safe, stay at home. Para sa mga karagdagang impormasyon, i-follow ang mga social media platform ng gobyerno tulad ng DOH, NTF COVID-19 at PCOO.
I'm back! This is Sir Z, your teacher broadcaster.
Magandang araw mga kapantas!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.
A wonderful and happy afternoon, dear learners, especially to all grade 9 viewers and listeners. Welcome to RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over 828 DZTZ Radio Filipino Tarlac. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo of DEPED, Tarlac Province. Broadcasting live via Google Meet here in Tarlac City. I am Jenny Marie Bernardino Flores, your teacher broadcaster. It's a beautiful Tuesday afternoon, November 16, 2021, and I will be your guide in understanding our lesson in Computer System Servicing Grade 9. Today, I am hoping that you will enjoy your 25 minutes in exploring the wonderful world of computer. Now, are you ready and excited for much information today? If yes, what are you waiting for? Get your pen and paper, and don't forget your companion of notes in Computer Servicing, Computer System Servicing, Grade 9. Be ready, and let's all learn together. Our topic for today is all about the 10 major hardware components of the computer system. Let me repeat. Our topic is all about computer hardware. Kaya siguradong mag-e-enjoy tayo. Before we move on, let us review our past lesson. What is it all about? Very good! It is all about the history of computer. Alright, let's try this activity if you still remember about it. I will read the direction. Choose the letter of the correct answers in a sheet of paper. Or you may type your answer in the comment section of our FB page. Here is the first question. What do you call the first earliest manual calculating device? A. Abacus. B. Typewriter. C. Pascal's calculator. Great job! The answer is A. Abacus. Let's proceed to the next question. Who is the first computer programmer? A. Blaise Pascal. B. Lady Ada Byron. C. Howard Aiken. Yes, you're right. It's letter B. Lady Ada Byron. Now, for our last question. Who is the father of modern computer? A. Gottfried Leibniz. B. Hermann Hollerith. C. Charles Babbage. That's correct. Letter C. Charles Babbage. There you have it, class, for the history of computer. Now, I want you to open your companion of notes in TLE 9 Computer Systems Servicing, Quarter 2 on page 20. So let's continue our lesson. There are 10 major hardware components of the computer systems. The first one is the system unit. It is also known as chassis. Its primary function is to hold all the other components together and protect the sensitive electronic parts from the outside elements. Again, the first one is the system unit. The second computer hardware is the motherboard. It is the backbone that ties the computer components together at one spot. It is also the main circuit board inside a computer that connects and allows them to talk to each other. Without it, none of the computer pieces, such as the CPU and hard drive, could interact. Let's get to know the other computer hardware of the system unit. We have the third one, which is the Central Processing Unit, or CPU. It is considered as the brain or utak of the computer. It also performs all types of data processing operations. It controls the operation of all parts of the computer. Next up is the memory. It is just like a human brain. It is used to store data and instructions. It has also two types, the RAM and ROM. RAM stands for Random Access Memory, which is volatile memory that temporarily stores the files you are working on, while ROM stands for read-only memory, which is non-volatile, meaning permanently stores instructions for your computer. Another computer hardware is the Power Supply Unit, or PSU. As the name implies, it supplies power inside the computer systems. It is an electrical device that supplies electric power to an electrical load. Also, there are 5 different cables that are connected in the power supply. We have the 20 plus 4 ATX power connector. Next, we have the 4 plus 4 pin ATX 12 volts power connector, or also known as CPU power connector. Another, we have the 4-pin SATA power connector. Also, we have 6-pin PCI Express connector. And last but not the least, we have the 4-pin floppy drive connector. Ito ang nagbibigay ng kuryente sa loob ng computer. For the 6th computer hardware, we have the hard disk drive, or HDD, also known as local disk C in the desktop computer. It stores all your digital content, your documents, pictures, music, videos, programs, application references, and of course, the operating system, or OS. Also, the hard drives can be external or internal. Ito din ang dapat natin unang tinitignan kapag bibili tayo ng bagong computer. Now, the 7th computer hardware is the optical disk drive, or ODD. Most drives allow you to write data to a disk, so you can create your own music in the CDs, your video in the DVDs, or even create a backup copy of your important data files. Ito ang lalagyanan ng mga CD at DVDs para mag-play. ODD. Next, we have the optical disc. It is a computer storage disk that stores data digitally and uses laser beams transmitted to ROM, a laser head mounted on an optical disk drive, to read and write data. There are three main types of optical media or discs. These are the CD, DVD, and Blu-ray disc. CD can store up to 700 megabytes of data, and the DVDs can store up to 8.4 gigabytes of data. And of course, the Blu-ray discs, which are the newest type of optical media, can store up to 50 gigabytes of data. Lalo na ngayong wala pa tayong face-to-face class, kailangan natin ang mga ito. For the ninth computer hardware, we have the expansion slot. It is a socket on the motherboard that is used to insert an expansion card or circuit board, which provides additional features to a computer such as video, sound, advanced graphics, Ethernet, or memory. Basically, we have three types of expansion slot. First is the PCI Express, which is the best type of expansion slot to have in your PC, also written as PCIe. Second is the PCI slot, which is the most common form of internal expansion for a PC. And lastly, the AGP. This type of expansion slot was specifically designed to deal with graphics adapters. Lastly, we have the expansion card. It is an electronic card or board that is used to add extra functionality to a computer. All expansion cards are used to enhance the quality of their specific function. For example, video graphic cards are used to enhance the video quality on a computer. There are four common types or different types of expansion cards. The first one is the video card, which is also called a video adapter or graphics card. It converts computer output into a video signal and sends it to the monitor to display. Second is the sound card. It enhances the sound generating capabilities of a computer. It allows sound to be input through a microphone and output through speakers also. Next up is the Network Interface Card or NIC. It is also called a network card. It is a communication device that allows a computer to communicate via a network. And lastly, modem card. It is also called an internal modem. It is a communication device that enables a computer to communicate via telephone lines or other means. There we have it. We were able to identify the 10 major hardware components of the computer systems. That must be a great job, dear learner. At this point, we will be having a drill. It's actually called an eye exercise. In order to master the different or the major hardware components of the computer systems. Here is the first picture. What is it? You're right. This is the system unit. Moving on to the next picture. Let's get to know the next one. What computer hardware is this? Very good. This is a motherboard. Let's now try the next one. I'm sure you can easily identify this computer hardware. Yes, you're correct. It is the CPU. Let's now try the next one. Yes, you're right. It is the power supply unit or PSU. And for the last one, what is it? Great job! That's a computer memory. Let's now review and go over to the different hardware components of a computer systems. Again, they are the major computer hardwares. System unit, motherboard, CPU, memory, hard drive, power supply unit, optical drive, optical disc, expansion slot, and of course, the expansion card. Do you have any questions? If there's none, let's check what you have learned from the day's lesson. For those who are watching via FB Live, you can type your answers in the comment box. And for our dear listeners, just write your answers on a sheet of paper. So, let's start. Here is the instruction. Identify what is being asked in the following statements. Choose the letter of the best answer. Are you ready? For number 1. What is the brain of the computer? A. CPU. B. System unit. C. Motherboard. Number 2. The primary function of this computer hardware is to hold all the other components together. A. Optical drive. B. System unit. C. Motherboard. Number 3. Which of the following is just like a human brain? A. Expansion slot. B. Expansion card. C. Memory. number 4. It is a socket on the motherboard that is used to insert an expansion card, which provides additional features to a computer, such as video, sound, and advanced graphics. A. Expansion slot. B. Optical disc. C. Power supply. Finally, for number 5. It is the backbone that ties the computer components together at one spot. A. Optical drive. B. System unit. C. Motherboard. Wow! Are you done answering the questions? If yes, dear learners, let us check now your answers. For question number 1, what is the brain of the computer? The correct answer is letter A, CPU. For number 2 question, the primary function of this computer is to hold all the other components together. A. Optical drive. B. System unit. C. Motherboard. The answer is letter B. System unit. For question number 3, which of the following is just like a human brain? The correct answer is letter, of course, C. Memory. Moving on to question number 4. It is a socket on the motherboard that is used to insert an expansion card which provides additional features to a computer such as video, sound, and advanced graphics. Great job! It is letter A, expansion slot. Lastly, for number 5. It is the backbone that ties the computer components together at one spot. A big yes! The answer is letter B. Letter C, motherboard. Napaka-importante talaga ng mga mothers or nanay pati sa computer system. Well done! If you got all the answers correctly, you did a great job. For those who did not, you still have lots of time to review and read your notes again. Kayang-kaya yan! Once again, thank you for watching and listening. I hope you enjoyed and learned at na-excite kayo from this day's topic. For those who missed the lesson, you can still watch it on the Facebook page of RTV Tarlac Channel 26 DZTZ Radyo Filipino Tarlac. This has been Ma'am Jenny Marie Bernardino Flores, your teacher broadcaster for today. Always remember, in TLE, we have skills, knowledge, and progress. Ang Tarlac, mabuhay Tarlakenyong learners. Keep safe and God bless.
Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyong may kalidad, serbisyong may halaga, saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Ano mang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
This is my story.
Ano ang kwento ng buhay mo? Malungkot? Masaya? May kababalaghan? O puno ng aksyon? Ang bawat kwento ng kapwa nating Pilipino ay mahalaga.
This is my story.
Sama-sama nating ibahagi ito upang magbigay aral at inspirasyon sa ating lahat.
This is my story. This is my story.
Hosted by Mitch Desunia. Tuwing Sabado, alas 3 hanggang alas 4 ng hapon. Mapapakinggan dito sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
This is my story.
Alam niyo ba na ang whale shark ay hindi isang whale? Ang whale shark o butanding ay kinikilalang world's largest fish at tinatawag gentle giants. May sukat itong 12 meters. Maliliit ang ngipin ng butanding, kaya naman planktons o maliliit na hipon at isda lang ang kaya nilang kainin. Simula noong 2011, marami nang nahumaling mag-whale shark watching sa Oslo, Cebu. Alam niyo na, yan ang whale shark!
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Mas Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac. Remotely here in Concepcion Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am your teacher broadcaster, Karen S. Bulanadi, aiming to give you a fun-filled learning experience in Music 9. For our first airing, it is time to learn about the music of the classical period. Yes, you heard it right. The music of the classical period. But first, let us first look back on the lessons that we've had during the first quarter. First quarter music took on the first three periods of the Western classical music history: the medieval period, the Renaissance period, and the Baroque period. With your paper and pen, write M if the descriptions that I will give you is about the medieval period, or if it is about Renaissance period, and B if it is about Baroque period. Are you ready? Here we go. This period extended from 700 to 1400. It is also known as the Dark Ages. Its music is greatly influenced by the church. What is your answer? If you have answered M, you are correct. It is medieval period. Number 2. This period extended from 1400 to 1600, the golden age for a cappella choral music. What is your answer? If you have answered R, you are correct. It is Renaissance period. For the last item, this period extended from 1685 to 1750. It came from the word barocco, which means irregular shape. What is your answer? If you have answered B, you are correct. It is Baroque period. What is your score? If you got all 3 correct answers, you have a good memory of our last quarter lesson. Let's start with our introduction. This module was written for you to explore and discover the musical elements of classical music. At the end of the lesson, you are expected to be able to recognize the musical elements of the given classical music and show appreciation of classical music. Let's have our first learning task. In 1 minute, you have to search, then encircle the 5 musical elements from the word on the puzzle on your module. Again, in 1 minute, you have to search, then encircle the 5 musical elements from the word puzzle on your module. Here is our puzzle. Can you find the 5 elements of music? Let's see if we have the same answers. Here's my answers. I found meter, texture, dynamics, and of course, tempo. Let us now define each. The first one is meter. It is a regular recurring patterns and accents such as bars and beats. Here is the sample pictures of meter. If you notice, meter composed of different patterns. Ang nakikita ninyo sa larawan ay ang nakarektanggal na kulay pula ay ang tinatawag nating meter. The next one is dynamics. It refers to the sound of a sound or note. Loudness or softness of sound is none other than dynamics. Again, dynamics is the loudness and softness of sound. The third one is melody, or also known as tune, voice, or line. It is a linear succession of musical tones that the listeners perceive as a single entity. Again, kapag sinabi nating melody, ito ay ang himig o tono ng isang kanta. The fourth one is texture. It is how the tempo, melodic, and harmonic materials are combined in a composition. It is how layers of sounds within a piece of music interact. Kapag sinabi naman nating texture, ito ay ang pagkakaroon ng harmony o iba't ibang tono na pinagsama-sama sa isang musika o kanta. And lastly, the tempo. It is the speed of underlying beat. It can be fast, moderate, or slow. Again, tempo is the speed of underlying beat. Let us now proceed to the musical forms of classical music. Now that we know the musical elements, let us find out how they are applied in classical music. But of course, before that, let us define first what is classical era or classical music. Classical era is also called as Age of Reason. It is the period from 1750s to 1820s. The cultural life was dominated by the aristocracy as patrons of musicians, and artists generally influenced the arts. Significant changes in musical forms and styles were made. Now, classical music has different forms o iba't ibang uri ng pagkakayari. We have here the sonata. Sonata is a musical composition composed of multi-movement for solo instruments or a small instrumental ensemble. It came from the word sonare, which means to make a sound. Again, sonata came from the word sonare, which means, or sonare, rather, which means to make a sound. The term sonare is applied to a variety of works for solo instruments such as keyboard or violin. Sonata has different movements. Anong tinatawag nating movement? Movement is a musical piece that can be performed on its own, but it is part of a larger composition. Sa madaling salita, ito ay ang mga parte sa isang musical composition. The first one is allegro. When we say allegro, it has a fast movement. Again, allegro, fast. Next is andante. When we say andante, it has a slow movement. Again, andante, slow. And then we have the minuet. It is in 3/4 time and in a moderate movement. Again, minuet, moderate. Let us listen to an example of sonata entitled Sonata Number 16 in C major. That was beautiful composition. The first part of sonata, which is the sonata allegro, has 3 distinct sections, and these are exposition, development, and recapitulation. What is exposition? It is the first part of a composition in sonata or sonata form that introduces the theme. Let us now listen to the exposition part of Mozart's acclaimed night music. Alright, that was the first part of the Sonata Allegro, the exposition. Next is development. It is the middle part where themes are being developed. It explores the harmonic and textural possibilities of the thematic material. Let us now listen to the development part of Mozart's acclaimed night music. Okay, and that was the second part of Sonata Allegro, the development. And the last is recapitulation. It repeats the theme as it first emerged in the opening exposition. If the exposition moves from original key to a new key, the development passes through several keys, and the recapitulations return to the original key. Let us listen to the recapitulation part of Mozart's acclaimed night music. There you go. I hope you are enjoying our lesson. Let's proceed to the second form of classical music, the concerto. Concerto is composed of multi-movement work and is made for an instrumental soloist and orchestra. The classical form of music is intended primarily to emphasize the individuality of the solo instrument and to exhibit the virtuoso and interpretative abilities of the performer. Here are some examples of solo instruments used in a concerto. We have the violin, cello, clarinet, bassoon, trumpet, and of course the piano. Concerto has different movements. The first movement is fast. Sonata allegro form with exposition of the orchestra and then by the soloist. The second movement is slow. It has more ornamentation than the first movement. The third movement is fast or fast again or the finale, usually in a form of rondo. Here is the sample music of concerto or the concerto form, the Für Elise. Okay. That's it. All right. Now, let's go to our third form, the symphony. It is an elaborate musical composition for the whole orchestra with generally 4 movements. Symphony is derived from the word sinfonia, which literally means a harmonious sounding together. Again, sinfonia means harmonious sounding together. If concerto has 3 movements, symphony has 4 movements. And here are the movements of symphony. The first movement is fast, sonata allegro form. The second movement is slow, gentle. The third movement is medium fast. It uses in a dance form. And the fourth movement is fast movement again, typically rondo or sonata form. And here is the sample music of symphony, the symphony number 5. Okay, are you familiar with that song? Bohemian Rhapsody. How about that? Yes, it is one of the best examples of music that has many movements. At first, it is low, but later on, it's getting faster. Okay, and of course, our last form, but definitely not the least, is the classical opera. Opera is an art form that musicians and singers perform a dramatic theatrical setting. We have two styles of opera. We have the opera seria and opera buffa. The first one is the opera seria. Opera seria or serious opera. This usually implies heroic or tragic drama that employs mythological characters. This was inherited from the Baroque period. Now, let's go with the other type of opera, which called opera buffa. Opera buffa, or also known as the comic opera. This is from Italy. Comic opera made use of everyday character and situations, and typically employed spoken dialogues, lengthy arias, and was spiced with sight gags, naughty humor, and social satire. It's time to have a wrap-up of our discussion. I want you to challenge yourself. Type in your answers in the comment section of our FB Live. We'll see if you will get the correct answers. We have the 5 elements of music. What are they? You are right. We have the meter, melody, dynamics, texture, and of course the tempo. Next question. What are the forms of music during the classical period? Good job! These are sonata, concerto, symphony, and the classical opera. Now, what are the 2 types of opera? You are right. The opera seria and the opera buffa. I can see correct answers from the comment sections. Very good. Tap your shoulder with your right hand and say, "Ang galing-galing mo." Now let's see how much you have learned for today's lesson. Let's get ready for our next activity. Listen to the classical music that I will play. On the box provided, draw lines that will represent the tempo and dynamics of the song being played. Again, listen to the classical music that I will play. On the box provided, draw lines that will represent the tempo and dynamics of the song being played. Are you ready? Let's get started. Here is the first classical music. Okay. And that was the Parhelis by Ludwig van Beethoven. Let's move to the next music. Okay, and that was the Surprise Symphony by Franz Joseph Haydn. How's the feeling, learner? Are you ready for the third one? Let's move on. The third one was composed by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, the Inkling Knack music. Alright, there you have it. This last activity will be checked by your MAPE teacher in your respective schools. On the next day, expect that with Ma'am Joyce Ines, you will be discuss the three composers during the classical period. Okay, I hope you learned a lot today. Again, I am Ma'am Karen S. Belenadi, your Music 9 anchor teacher for the day, and remember to put a happy ending in your daily life story. Until next time!
Nais mo bang magpabakuna? Alam mo bang may mga tinatawag na priority eligible groups? Sa bawat priority group, may mga sektor na nakahanay. Kung ikaw ay kabilang dito, wag nang magdalawang isip pa. Halina't magpabakuna na. Simula Hunyo, sisimula na ang pag-roll out ng mga bakuna sa A5 group o ang mga nabibilang sa indigent population. Ito ay ang mga kabilang sa mahihirap na populasyon base sa listahan ng National Household Targeting System for Poverty Reduction o NHTSPR o iba pang verification mechanisms ng local government units. Kaya kung ikaw ay nabibilang sa grupo na ito, tumawag o makipag-ugnayan sa inyong LGU upang malaman ang mga detalye tungkol sa inyong vaccination program katulad ng petsa, oras at lugar kung saan ka magpapabakuna. Humingi ng medical clearance sa inyong doktor kung ikaw ay may autoimmune disease, HIV, cancer, malignancy, dumaan sa organ transplant, kasalukuyang dumadaan sa steroid treatment o nakaratay sa higaan. Huwag kalimutan ang iyong proof of eligibility o mga dokumentong nagpapatunay na ikaw ay kasama sa priority group na ito. Huwag din kalimutang dalhin ang iyong government ID, pati na ang face mask, face shield, sanitizer at ballpen bago ang iyong vaccination. At paalala, pagkatapos ng pagbabakuna, huwag mag-atubiling magtanong na makaragdagang impormasyon tungkol sa bakuna na ginamit sa iyo. Hingin at itago ang contact information ng personnel na tatawagan kung sakaling ikaw ay makaramdam ng seryosong side effects. Huwag rin kalimutan ang vaccination card at alamin ang petsa ng iyong second dose ng pagbabakuna. Higit sa lahat, ugaliin pa rin sundin ang minimum public health standards tulad ng wastong paghuhugas ng kamay, pagpapanatili ng safe physical distancing at pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield. Ano pang hinihintay mo? Tara na sa Vida Vaccination!
Alam niyo ba na ang salitang yoyo at ang makabagong bersyon nito ay naimbento ng isang Pilipinong nagngangalang Pedro Flores? Taong 1920s nang dinala ni Flores ang laruang ito sa Estados Unidos. Sinimulan niya ang paggawa nito sa kanyang maliit na pabrika sa California at ipinakita sa mga tao ang iba't ibang tricks ng paggamit nito. Alam mo na, yan ang yoyo!
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, Nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Sa mga nanonood at nakikinig ng Aral TarlakHenyo, Project Shine ng DEPED Tarlac Province sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at Converge TV 100 na sabayan ring naririnig sa DZTZ 828 AM Radyo Filipino Tarlac. Welcome po sa ating PSDS Hour. Ako po si Dr. Marisa M. Damian, Public Schools District Supervisor ng Victoria West District. Sumasahing papawid mula sa bayan ng Victoria, Tarlac, ang yung magiging host for today's PSDSR. So makakasama po natin ngayon ang Public Schools District Supervisor ng San Jose West District, ang pinakabatang PSDS ng SDO Tarlac Province, ang ating focal person ng Aral TarlakHenyo Year 2, ang maganda at magaling na leader, walang iba kundi si Dr. Annie Michelle Laorsano. Good afternoon, Ma'am Michelle. Kumusta?
Good afternoon, Ma'am Marisa. Ayan. Maraming salamat sa iyong introduction, ano. And I'm very glad na I am with the very kind and talaga namang worker din na kasamang PSDS, Ma'am Marisa.
nasanay ka na ikaw ang nag-interview now, ikaw naman ang interviewin ko. Di ba baliktad? Kasi usually, Ma'am Annie, ikaw ang nagiging host for the Aral TarlakHenyo sa ating mga ganitong mga segment. But now, ikaw naman ang i-interviewin natin. So, Ma'am Annie, at sa ating mga nanonood at nakikinig ng PSDS Hour ngayong November 23, ngayong oras na to, kagaya po ng nabanggit natin noong nakaraang Technical Working Group Hour natin, ang ating talakayan ngayong Year 2 ng Aral TarlakHenyo Project Shine sa PSDS Hour ay iikot sa temang Pressures, Measures, and Treasures. So, Ma'am Michelle, alamin po natin ang mga pressures, measures, and treasures ng bawat distrito dito sa SDO Tarlac Province. At since ikaw ang nandito ngayon at ikaw ang mauuna among sa 33 districts ng SDO Tarlac natin, yung distrito mo ngayon ang pag-uusapan natin. Pag-uusapan natin yung inyong PMT, Pressures, Measures, and Treasures. Ano ba yung mga pressures, ano ba yung mga challenges, ano yung ating mga measures, yung ating mga interventions and innovations to cope up with those challenges, at ano yung mga naging best practices natin. So, Ma'am Michelle, nasabi mo kanina, ikaw ang una among the 33 districts. So, I think, sabi nga, basta sa West, nandun din ang best, di ba? From San Jose, West. Ganun din.
Oo,
so,
kasi Victoria West ka din.
Oo,
West
diba?
ka din.
We are bringing out the best in the West. Ganun talaga yon. So, handa ka na ba, Ma'am Annie, for
yes,
ating unang katanungan? So, pag-usapan natin ngayon yung inyong mga pressures o challenges na kinaharap ng inyong distrito through sa ating school year, nung nakaraang school year at ngayong school year din na ito. Paano nyo ito natugunan and na-overcome?
Ayan.
And then we will discuss din later on, Ma'am, yung mga naging best practices ninyo. Diba?
Yes, Ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am Marisa. No? Actually, kapag iniisip ko yung mga pressures, measures, and treasures, talagang hindi mapagsidla ng aking tuwa sapagkat sa kabila ng mga naranasan ng ating mga schools noong nakaraang taon and even this year, patuloy pa rin tayong humahanap talaga ng napakaraming pamamaraan upang sa ganun ay maabot natin ang mga pangangailangan ng ating mga learners, matugunan ang kanilang pangangailangan sa kabila ng hamon ng pandemya. And basically, ako, I categorize this pressures, measures, and treasures into 4 actually. Ano yung mga issues, ano yung mga challenges on the part of the learners, on the part of the teachers, on the part of the parents, and on the part of the school heads or the school itself. Unahin natin yung sa part ng mga learners. So, hindi po lingid sa ating kaalaman na sa simula ng panahon ng pandemya, nahihirapan po talaga ang karamihan sa ating mga mag-aaral sa pag-intindi at pagsagot sa mga modules, especially sa ating mga kinder at primary grades, di ba, Ma'am Marisa? Dahil yung iba, yung mga magulang nila, working parents, kumbaga hindi naman lahat ay nag-work from home, kaya talaga iba pa rin ang presensya ng guro na pwede nilang pagtanungan kapag face-to-face, no? Nevertheless, tayo ay hindi tumigil. Ang ating mga guro, ang ating mga school heads ay hindi tumigil, no? Sa paghanap ng solusyon para matugunan ang pangangailangan na ito ng ating mga mag-aaral. Kaya naman, yung ibang mga paaralan na naka-encounter ng ganitong mga challenges ay nag-conduct ng mga call or text communication sa kanilang mga estudyante, sa kanilang mga sa mga magulang, ayan, ng kanilang estudyante, and they even kumbaga created group chats, no, para sa ganun kung may mga katanungan, pwede silang magtanong doon at si teacher pwede niyang bigyan ng instruction yung kaniyang mga estudyante doon. And actually, some schools are even conducting home visitation, no? May mga home visits din pong naganap upang sa ganun ay mas malaman ng mga teachers, ng school head, yung pangangailangan, ano ba talaga yung kailangan ng ating mga mag-aaral, saan ba talaga sila nahihirapan. Kasi iba pa rin yung while eto yung lesson nakikita ng bata ay na-explain ng magulang, ay ng teacher. No? But of course, that is with the proper observation ng ating health and safety protocol. Ayan. So, with that, kumbaga ang masasabi ko na best practice doon is by means of this group chats and text messaging, ayan, call, nagkaroon ng strong parent-teacher support system ang ating mga paaralan upang sa ganon ay matulungan ang ating mga mag-aaral sa pagsagot ng kanilang mga modules. And these are actually, Ma'am Marisa, no, along with our SBM validation, magmula nung nag-start tayo, actually November naman na tayo nag-start, yan din ang isa sa mga struggle din even ng ibang mga eskwelahan, even outside our district. Kasi nga, may mga magulang talaga na hindi nakakapag-stay sa bahay para turuan ang kanilang mga anak. So aside from that, aside from the solution that home visitation, call or text, or through group chats, nagkaroon din kami ng request kay Mayor na pag-aalat ng RBI equipment sa lahat ng eskwelahan, no? As per approved by our municipal mayor in the LSB, para sa ganun ay mas mabilis na maintindihan ng ating mga mag-aaral yung lesson, kasi nga through this school-initiated radio-based instruction, mas naaabot ng ating mga guro yung mga mag-aaral. And ang kaano kasi nun, yung ibang mga eskwelahan, may katambal yon na group chat, no, sa kanilang messenger, doon sumasagot habang nagbo-broadcast si bata, doon sumasagot ang mga mag-aaral. So
ang
doon
ganda
sa mga,
ng yes, ma'am, parang ang laki ng ginampanang role ng social media ngayong panahong ito ng pandemya. So ito yung naging ginamit natin to reach out sa ating mga learners at parents, di ba, Ma'am Annie?
Yes, ma'am. Oo. So, kumbaga, kasi nag-isip ang mga teachers, ang mga school head, kung paano nila mas agad na makikita kung natutuba or natututuba yung mga bata doon sa dinidiscuss ni teacher over the radio, which is the same case sa ginagawa natin sa Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, no, for grades 4 and 5, 8 and 9. So meron tayong FB Live, 'di ba, sa Project Shine, na yun naman ang pamamaraan natin para maabot sila. Ayan, dun sa mga grade levels na yun, upang sa ganun ay mas maintindihan ng ating mga mag-aaral ang lesson, kasi nga si teacher na, no, yung mismong teacher na nila, at saka yung alam mo yung natatawag yung pangalan ng mga bata, o sige, kumbaga
iba
very
yung
good,
ibang
diba?
feeling yun kasi they feel that they belong. Iba din yung interaction kahit hindi mo nakikita. Mabanggit, pati rin naman tayo, di ba? Halimbawa, dito sa Aral TarlakHenyo, pa-shout out and then nag-comment ka doon at marinig mo yung pangalan mo, tuwang-tuwa ka din. So, ganun din yung ating mga learners as well. Tuwang-tuwa, involved sila. Kaya napakagandang marinig yan from the practices ng mga teachers natin from San Jose West District.
Ayun, oo, ma'am.
Exciting. Sige, marami kaming natututunan from your issues. Those issues turns into opportunities to learn better, diba? Talagang hindi tayo patitinag at patatalo. Tuloy ang edukasyon, sabi nga. Sige, Ma'am Michelle.
Yes, ma'am. Oo. At dahil dyan, Ma'am Marisa, no, dahil po sa strong support ng aming mahal na Mayor Romeo Capitulo, no, sa pagpo-provide po ng RBI equipment sa lahat ng schools ng San Jose, even though 12 out of 15 ang meron, kasi yung isa high-end siya, na kung saan naka-cluster yung ibang mga, alam mo naman dito, medyo malalayo yung ibang mga schools natin.
Sa kaalaman po ng ating mga nakikinig, San Jose po yung pinag-uusapan, talagang kabundukan. Meron pa talagang sa, dulong-dulo na ilang ilog yung tatawirin para marating yung mga schools na yun.
Ayan, 14 na ilog kasi binilang ko nung unang punta ko doon. So talagang talagang malayo.
14 na ilog ang tatawirin, no, exciting. So napaka-challenging at inspiring ng mga teachers natin na nandun na sa gitna man ng pandemya, tuloy-tuloy ang binibigay nilang serbisyo para sa ating mga mag-aaral. So nakakatuwa, Ma'am Michelle. Sige pa, tuloy pa ang kwento.
Ma'am Marisa, alam mo ba na na dahil nga nasa iPad, kumbaga may mga hawak akong iPad implementing schools, ilan sa mga magulang, of course, na nandoon sa mga tribo natin doon ay nahihirapan ding magbasa at magsulat, no? Kaya naman napakaganda nitong programa ng DEPED, of course, through the help of our EPSBR in Inclusive Education, Dr. Helen Bose, no? Meron tayong mga learning support aids na tinatap na kung saan they belong or na, taga doon na sila sa community kasi nga during this time of pandemic, hindi talaga allowed na ang teacher ay of course lumabas, 'di ba? Kumbaga work from home sila, and kung meron man, of course, kumbaga kailangan pang ihingi ng permiso 'yon, but
Ipag-coordinate, oo. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, at of course, iniingatan kasi natin na mahawaan ng ating mga ang ating mga katutubo kasi nga in their community, syempre kumbaga magkakalapit ganyan. Tsaka parang hindi nila masyadong yung pag-face mask ganon. So parang kapag nandun ka, wala naman akong COVID, sasabihin nila, kaya hindi sila mag-face mask. Kaya, kumbaga, ang sa atin naman is parang hindi natin sila mahawaan. Ang magandang bagay doon is meron tayong mga taga doon na mga learning support aids, or ito yung mga pwedeng maging kaagapay ng guro sa pagtuturo sa mga mag-aaral. So, sa kanila ine-entrust yung instruction or instruction sa mga modules, though every Monday or Friday, depende sa schedule ng mga schools na ito, doon sa ating mga IP implementing schools, binibigay nila yung mga modules sa mga parents, and then nag-i-instruct na lang sila doon sa mga magulang and with the LSA natin, yung ating mga learning support aid, para in case may mga hindi maintindihan yung ating mga mag-aaral or yung ating mga magulang, no, tatakbo lang sila doon sa bahay ng mga learning support aid na yon. And ang maganda doon is, ang magandang practice doon is that na-strengthen yung coordination ng mga guro, ng school head sa learning support aid, para sa ganun ay maibigay nila yung assistance na kailangan ng ating mga learners. And isa din is nagkaroon din sila ng scheduling, no? Nag-schedule ang ating mga LSA among the learners who are really having a hard time in accomplishing their module. So napakaganda naman nung naging impact noon, kasi kumbaga though of course they are receiving honorarium, pero yung sense of responsibility ba with your community members, lalong-lalo na sa mga bata, ay mas na-strengthen pa, 'di ba? Mas na-highlight pa yung pagtutulungan talaga.
Tama. No? Kung tutusin, ma'am, yung honorarium na yun is maliit na bagay kumpara dun sa support o yung voluntary action na binibigay nila para tuloy ang edukasyon. Kasi nire-risk din nila talaga yung kanilang sarili para maituloy yung edukasyon. Sabi nga natin, learning must continue, pero hindi lang basta learning. Quality learning must continue. At yun yung pinaka-basic purpose natin ngayon. That's why, yan, lumalabas ang intervention, kasi kung tuloy-tuloy lang, you give the modules, but then nakikita natin from your sharing na the teachers, the schools find ways to reach out for us to continue quality learning, di ba? Lalo dyan, napaka-challenging kasi you are in the iPad community na yung mga indigenous peoples ang ating mga tinuturuan. So, Ma'am Michelle, parang you move mountains, di ba? Parang gano'n ang nangyari, para marating mo sila. Total, nasa mountain ka naman. Na-move talaga ang mountain. You turn challenges into opportunities and innovation. So, marami kang nabanggit kanina. So, siguro, ma'am, maraming mga innovations ang naging lumabas dun sa mga issues na nabanggit mo kanina. So marami bang na-approve na innovations mula sa ating naging productive? Hindi lang sabi natin ang pandemic ngayon na naranasan natin, hindi lang ito nagbigay sa atin ng kalungkutan, but nagbigay sa atin ng ating kakayahan na ilabas yung ating mga natatagong talento para makapag-innovate at bigay ng mas makabagong paraan para matuto yung ating mga mag-aral, di ba? Isa nga dito ang Project Shine. ikaw yung focal person ngayon. And dun sa district nyo naman, ma'am, ano yung mga bago or innovative projects and programs na na-i-offer ng ating mga schools? Pwede mo kaming bigyan ng mga samples noon?
Ayan, and that leads me, Ma'am Marisa, no, doon sa issues and concern ng mga parents, leading to the innovation ng isang eskwelahan dito, specifically Mababa na ba and Iba High School, no, yung kanilang Project QR tsaka yung kanilang drop and pick system, no, by Iba High School din na for those parents na nahihirapan sa pagsunod sa health protocols or para mapadali yung kanilang pagkuha at pag-retrieve at pag-distribute ng modules ng eskwelahan sa mga mag-aaral, itong QR code system nila, which is an innovation by Mababa na ba High School, ito yung merong mga QR or may mga ID ang ating mga mag-aaral na itatapat lang doon sa laptop, no, doon sa mismong camera ng laptop, at parang yun na yung magiging attendance, no, ng mga magulang. So kumbaga hindi na sila gumagamit ng pen and paper para mag-register, kasi nga minsan 'di ba yun din yung nagiging cause ng ating yung pagkalat ng virus. So by means of scanning, so that's contactless transaction, kumbaga nape-prevent natin yung pag-spread ng diseases. Ayan. So the same is true yung tinatawag na pick and drop or drop and pick system, no, na ilalagay lamang sa kahon yung mga natapos na modules at kukunin yung mga modules na na intended for their children, no. Para sa ganun ay of course, susunod tayo as part of the compliance din natin sa contactless transaction, tsaka adhering to health protocols din natin yan para ma-prevent yung spread ng diseases.
Tama yan, ma'am. So, ang ganda, no? Kasi sabi, yung QR code na yan, dati hindi tayo, imagine mo, you are in the mountainous area, pero napaka-high-tech, di ba? You are now using the QR code. So, yung nabawasan na kaysa yung pipila sila, isang click na lang or isang tap na lang, makakapag-attendance nila. So, napakagandang
actually, Ma'am Marisa, nag-start na ito last year dun sa school nila sa Mababa na ba, and until now they are still using that, no. Kumbaga kailangan lang magtiyaga sa una, pero alam mo yung SF1 kung saan naka-register yung mga pangalan ng bata, ililink lang doon, kaya hindi mahirap, no, hindi mo na i-encode isa-isa pa yung mga pangalan, no. So napakagaling, no, napakagaling mag-isip ng ating mga teachers.
Sabi ko nga, they turn challenges into opportunities. Doon lumabas yung pagiging innovative nila. Doon dati kasi bibihira yung lumalabas na innovations, kamot may, pero ngayon ang resulta ng COVID-19 pandemic ay mga naglabasang innovations and also researches. So nakita natin kung gaano gumalaw at nag-evolve yung ating mga practices from traditional to makabago, sabi nga natin. Isa yan, yung naririnig po natin ngayon, yung mga best practices na ginagawa ng San Jose West District. Isa lang po ito among the 33 districts na pinakikinggan natin sa mga susunod na Tuesdays. Pakikinggan naman natin yung ibang mga distrito about their best practice. Isa pa lang ito, pero punong-puno ng kaalaman na pwede nating i-benchmark sa mga best practices ng distrito ng San Jose. So, yun, QR code, nabanggit mo din kanina, ma'am, yung RBI. Drop and pick, yan. And then yung RBI din na meron kayo. Pwede nyo ba kaming kwentuhan more on drop and pick system?
Ayan, yung sa drop and pick system naman ay ilalagay lang ng magulang yung mga modules ng anak nila na natapos during the scheduled time, and then dun sa kahon at kukunin naman yung intended na modules na may nakalagay na pangalan doon, intended para sa kanilang mga anak. Again, that is to minimize yung transmission ng mga diseases. Ayan, syempre hindi nga natin nakikita yung COVID-19 virus. Ayan, for contactless transaction din.
Okay.
Ayan. At saka Ma'am Marisa, no, may gusto din akong idagdag, no. May time kasi dito that nung bago pasukan, nagkaroon ng surge ng cases ng COVID-19. So, kumbaga, nag-worry kami in terms of the distribution of modules, but then may mga schools, no, na of course nahirapan, but then they were able to kumbaga think outside the box. So tinap nila ang suporta ng PNP kasi granular lockdown yan eh. So may mga lugar na talagang bawal ang lalabas, ayan, so lockdown. Tinap nila yung support ng kapulisan natin at sila yung nag-distribute ng mga modules sa bahay-bahay. Ayan, para sa ganun ay maprotektahan din yung kalusugan ng ating mga guro.
Lumalabas ang bayanihan sa gitna ng pandemya, di ba? Sabi nga natin, it takes a village to educate a child. So, mula sa support na binibigay ng ating mga nasa government service, nandiyan man LGU man, sa ating mga nasa katungkulan, pati mga volunteers natin, na itutuloy talaga natin at naitatawid yung napaka-challenging na sitwasyon natin ngayon due to COVID-19 pandemic. So,
Ma'am Marisa,
yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Marisa, nasabi mo yung bayanihan. Actually, in our district, we have this bayanihan system. Ito naman, this leads to the issues and then the solution that we did for the teachers in terms of the preparation and quality assurance of RBI scripts, LAS, and weekly home learning plan. So imagine mo nga naman, since lahat na ng mga schools ay may radyo, at ikaw na teacher, grade 1 ka, kung magpo-broadcast ka, ipe-prepare mo lahat ng subject.
Imagine mo, 8 yung subject niya, no? For example, tas 8 araw-araw. So,
pero we made an innovation in terms of the preparation and quality assurance, no, of RBI scripts, LAS, and weekly home learning plan, which later on they could contextualize, no. So ang ginawa namin dyan, nag-meeting kami with the school heads, lahat ng teachers regarding this one, para sa ganun ay mas madali ang preparasyon ng kanilang RBI scripts, LAS, and weekly home learning plan. Actually, Ma'am Marisa, no, sa una talagang challenging kasi kailangan mong i-meet lahat at kailangan mo i-identify ano ba yung tinuturo nilang subject para sa ganun ay alam mo kung saan mo sila dadalhin na subject, no, nagagawa ng RBI script, LAS, and weekly home learning plan, which actually pag nagawa na ito, i-contextualize or bahala na yung mga schools na makakakuha. We have this portal, no? We have this portal that is managed by our district LR team. Meron kaming district LR team na nagbo-monitor ng mga uploaded RBI scripts per week. Actually, kung next week ang airing, ngayong hanggang Monday hanggang Wednesday, dapat na i-submit na nila yung mga scripts nila, no? Para sa ganun, yung mga schools na mag-print, ayan, or i-edit pa pala yun, i-edit pa pala ng mga evaluators natin. Para sa ganun, pag na-upload na sa portal, ibig sabihin, na yun, na QA na siya.
Parang yung nakikita natin dito sa nangyayari sa Aral TarlakHenyo, naka-contextualize lang yan sa ibang level. Kasi nga dito sa Aral TarlakHenyo, grade 4 and grade 5 lang yung ating nakikater, di ba ma'am? And grade 8 and grade 9. So doon naman kaya may ganyan ito. So napakaganda na merong ganyan, nagtutulungan talaga and bayanihan, no, Ma'am Michelle. So, nabanggit mo yan, ma'am. Recently, nakita ko dun sa mga post nyo, yung mga awards o yung pag-shine ng San Jose West District, di ba? Marami akong nakitang awards and na-receive ng mga schools during these times of pandemic. Katunayan that really you move, sabi ko nga kanina, you move mountains. Yan. And letting that challenges becomes opportunities and leading to best practices. Ano yung mga awards na received ng school from the best practices na meron kayo ngayon? Ano ba yung mga best practices na yan?
Actually, yung district ay naka-receive during the recently concluded na Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo, no, yung sa recognition, yung support ng mga schools or support ng ating LGU sa school-initiated radio-based instruction. Yung nga yung pagpo-provide ng ating municipality ng radio-based instruction equipment, yung ating mga radio equipment, as well as yung pagpo-provide din ng mga radyo, no, sa mga eskwelahan. Of course, hindi man mo 100%, at least may mga natulungan tayo, no. Aside from that, Iba High School is now a certified accredited level 3 school, no, wherein they also receive yung safe CI school sa medium secondary school category for grades 7 to 10, and mababa na ba national high school for grades 11 to 12. So actually it's a secretary's award, kaya safe CI, secretary's award for excellence
Level up. Ang galing talaga. Tingnan mo ma'am, no? So lumabas yung kagalingan. CI, napakataas na and prestigious award yan coming from the Department Secretary of Education, di ba? Signed by, Leonor Briones, Secretary. Sa region ba yan, ma'am, or national na siya?
I think, national na siya kasi kung sa Secretary's Award, it's, by DEPED ito eh. So, they were recommended by our region. So, ayun, they have received the award.
Oh, nakakatuwa, ma'am, ano? So, yan. From pressures, you did some measures, and now you have the treasures. Sabi nga natin, sa lahat ng paghihirap, may ginhawang magaganap at may biyayang matatanggap. So we have different issues and needs, at napakagandang malaman ano yung ginawa ninyo to cope up and make education continue and shine amid pandemic. Nag-shine talaga ang San Jose West District. Siyempre, malaking contribution dyan ang pag-lead ng isang napakabatang District Supervisor, Dr. Annie Michelle Laursano. So sa ating mga nakikinig at nanonood, ito po, narinig nyo, hindi lang basta theories, but real life experiences that had worked. Mga kwentong may kwenta, ika nga. Ang galing at nakaka-inspire talaga, Ma'am Michelle, na from mountains at from IPED schools, you are able to produce awards and best practices na nagpa-shine sa halos lahat ng school ng San Jose West District. So maraming pwedeng i-benchmark. O yan, sa mga nakikinig ngayon na mga kasamahan nating teachers and school heads, marami tayong mapupulot na mga best practices from Victoria West District na pwede rin nating i-contextualize sa ating mga school level. Diba, Ma'am Annie?
Yes, ma'am. Oo.
Okay.
Willing kami na kung gusto nyo i-adapt yung mga programs, mga innovations ng mga schools dito, we are very much willing to help you para sa ganun ay matulungan din tayo, no? Tulungan lang naman yan, di ba? Bayanihan, lalong-lalo na sa panahon ngayon.
Dami ko pa sanang tanong, meron pa actually, pero ang bilis ng oras. Yan, ma'am, sa mga nakikinig, narinig natin yung past, the present, and the future, no? Kanina, pressures, measure, pero the past, anong ginawa? Tapos anong ginawa? Anong nangyari? Anong ginawa ngayon? Yun, the present and the past, at yung mga susunod pa nilang gagawin. So, salamat Ma'am Annie sa pagpapaunlak ng panayam ngayong hapon. You are the first among the PSDS to be sharing their best practices, issues, and concerns sa inyong distrito. I'm sure maraming napulot ang ating mga manunood, especially our teachers and school heads and fellow PSDS na pwede na nating i-apply sa ating mga distrito, na magiging batayan din natin in creating our own innovations sa ating mga schools and district. Thank you for sharing with us your pressures, your measures, and treasures. Ma'am Annie Michelle, any last say sa ating mga manunood at nakikinig ng ating segment ngayong araw?
Ayan, so sa lahat po ng nakikinig, kapit lang po, no, dahil malapit nang matapos ang pandemyang ito, no, sa aming mga magulang, LGU and other stakeholders, nakasama po namin kayo noong mas mahirap ang ating nararanasan noong nakaraang taon. Mas kakayanin po natin ngayon na lalong-lalo na bumaba na po ang kaso sa ating probinsya at tayo ay tuluyang aahon sa kabila ng hamon ng pandemya. Lagi lang po nating isipin na ang lahat ng ating ginagawa ay para sa kapakanan ng mga future ng ating bansa, ang ating mga mag-aaral.
Yan, sama-sama tayong babangon para sa bata, para sa bayan. Ito po ang inyong lingkod, Marisa M. Damian, mula sa Victoria, Tarlac. Nagsasabing, let's keep our URL, unlearning, relearning, and learning more. Para sa bata, para sa bayan. Angat Tarlac, rise Tarlac, shine Tarlac. To God be the glory. Magandang hapon po muli sa ating lahat.
I'm back! This is Sir Z, your teacher broadcaster.
Magandang araw mga kapantas!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo,